It is April 17th. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures, looking at some technical analysis, nat gas, GME, BBBY, see what's going on today, see if the AI stocks are still going. Let me get set up here. Put on a little Yaz for you on this gloomy Monday morning. I think we've got some pretty big data coming out this week, I believe. Change that yacht thumbnail. That gas is rallying back up. Back green on my position. Fortunately, I only have 4 contracts alongside. When I rode that girl down, it was 8 contracts. So, morning rally. Hey, Indy. You guys had a good weekend. Put this out on Twitter. And the tweet is out. Thank you guys for sharing it. I appreciate that. It's at HappyMoneyYT for Twitter. Supply's pretty much flat. About 10 minutes to open. Get the Discord link in YouTube chat. Any of you guys aren't joined, you're welcome to join. Free community of traders. Alrighty then. SMX came down. This thing's so liquid. But it actually did bounce off that level I was looking for, which is nice, that first 173. So, could even pick up some more here. I'm not sure if I want much more of a position on such a liquid stock though. So poor hop's not. Turn that gas down a touch. Get some levels drawn in here. I could close my nat gas now for green and back to trading some SPY futures, but or AES futures. We'll see though. UNG might be, nat gas might be about to run more. I do kind of have exposure to the downside with the short on oil. Kind of opening up at the lows here. I wish people had futures, man. So I was trying to sell my shares this morning on BBY, but I was like, oh, maybe it'll rally a little bit more. What do you know, it didn't. And that's confusing on Thinkorswim because it gives me my old cost basis. And I'm not even sure if I'm green on it. I'm down on it. Yeah, I'm gonna close these shares back out. Did I have calls also? Did, yeah, so I'll close these calls that open. Maybe I can make a little money on them. Maybe. 22 minutes. GFAI Rippy Day. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe this week. I typed in Rippy. Oh, wow. Oh, GFAI. Yeah, this is the one that hasn't ripped in a few days. Yeah, it's looking like a nice little doing the same thing here. Excuse me. So it started to bounce, I guess, on Friday there a little bit. Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on if we continue to get the AI fever going. This one will probably go next before CXAI. This one's probably gonna want to chill for a few days now. Maybe do some relay rallying on the AI stocks. GTII up for pre-market? You never know. See what kind of pre-market gappers we've got going on. Some biotechs, pharmaceuticals, stocks. I don't think any of ours have gone crazy yet. Nothing I really recognize on there. I think SMX is on an uptrend for sure. Big slow, is it? Is it back? Is it broke below that trend line? That's what I would be interested in. Let's see, 3. I kind of wanted to hold the long position on BY just in case they mentioned a merger Monday. Or, I mean, not necessarily because it's on Monday, but the way they announced a share offering, like 5 minutes before open, they might announce something bullish same way. That was ridiculous. Japan Foreign Minister Hayashi agreed to continue sanctions against Russia and support to Ukraine in Ukraine war. Reaffirmed importance of a peaceful and stable Taiwan Strait. Japan Foreign Minister Baerbock at G7 says China increasingly trying to exchange international rules with own rules. U.S. sanctions on Chinese companies will adversely affect the stability of the global supply chain. China's Military of Commerce has said. Iran invites Saudi king to visit Tehran amid rapprochement. U.S. Secret Service revealed that the agency may be tracking websites like OnlyFans. Wow. Retail investors are sitting on losses in 2023 despite a surprising rally in stocks, with the average individual vegetable portfolio down about 27% year to date. So let's see, I think I've got about 5 minutes to open. G7 countries agree that they want to work with China in areas where China is prepared to work with them. Senior State Department officials. G7 agreed that it will stand up against any concern or coercion, any market manipulation effort to change status quo in the Taiwan Strait. Wow, I can't read. Brazil's Lula has vowed for a partnership with China to balance world geopolitics. Geopolitics? That's funny. Barclays price target cut on Tesla to 230 from 275. Yeah, SMX, it's in a longer uptrend. We just had pretty big profit taking yesterday, I'd say. All cued by Tree. And here he is, the man himself. But yeah, I think it's still good. I hope. Open. Looks like it's a nice little bounce on that level that we wanted. When you get out of the stock or into it, go very slowly on SMX. It's very liquid. Go few shares at a time and look at the spreads. Huge wide spread and really gonna just mess the stock price up. That goes for any stock that's has a wide spread. You already signed up? You freaking jerk. Good morning, Ace. Good morning, Trinity. Good morning, Holjing. Bree, Christopher. Overall, big slow. It was like right at a trend support line. I think end of last week. Medical and AI growth today. Oh. Hard to know what way BBBY is going because of double bottom. I'm not that optimistic. I'm filth. No, I did the same thing when I closed out of it because I didn't pay attention to the spread. I just put an order and it naturally went to the bid, and that was a huge spread away from the ask, so it dropped it down to VWAP. I think the same thing probably happened to you. Just got to keep an eye on it and go closer to the mid, or even just bump the price up so it doesn't totally trigger a bunch of stop losses. And just do like 100 shares at a time at the most. Keep it mellow. Yeah, snack gas is up 8.5. It's glorious. Wow, that broke that high. Wish I had 8 contracts this time. Oh well. Or no, we were up there before. Okay. Might pick up more on a dip. Just sketchy because oil did go negative. That's always what I have in the back of my head. Oh, 414 got an engulfing candle on UNG. Yeah. Alright, I'm dip buying this thing. Dip buying. I think we could get at least another rally back up to a little gap fill up there. Okay, shares on BY haven't closed yet. Got like 10 seconds to open. What's the likelihood of this thing just rocketing up this morning? I cancel the order for now. There's the bell. Good morning. What the frick? I canceled it. What? It canceled, confirmed, and then it filled. Right after the cancel. Probably gonna rip now. It calls. Yeah, I wanted to just get like a little pre-market rallyto. XPEG up 12%. Did you guys see? I saw the headline on this article. I'm like, what the heck? Engaged couples issue verdict on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's gotta be, that's just gotta be an AI, it's a totally bot article. It's like real short, open it up. I'm like, what is this trash? Like, yeah, we don't like Bed Bath & Beyond. It's dated. Just gonna follow my investment advice on an article about married couples. Yeah, Guard Force. GFAI might be the early morning play here. It certainly looks like it's repeating this pattern, like very close. Right here, right here. It's sketchy though. This is all on hype, and you know, a share offering would make a lot of sense for all these companies. But basically, they're running on nothing. I might pick up some shares of it. This sketchy one. Market's still waking up. I want to say fall in reversal, not necessarily just support. If I did buy into the support, I would just have a stop if it broke the support, which I've done before. I mean, there's slippage there. You've got, you know, I lost 10% on that, which isn't awful, but not nice either. Okay. Alright, I picked up GFAI shares. We'll see. See, I don't know. Probably a swing. But do I have day trades even? I don't think I have any day trades. So probably hold it overnight at least. Yeah, I'll hold it overnight. Here we go. It's going. If you look just at the, especially with extended hours, how repetitive this looks. Actually, without extended hours, you can see it. At the big rip up, kind of this like second little peak. Here's a big rip up, the second little peak. This one kind of double topped there, but at any rate, the sell off, then candle out of there, and so it looks like just on a little bigger scale we're happening in here. On the daily, it looks, I don't like it as much on the daily. Shoot, it looks like it's in a nice uptrend, and it's, however, there's a divergence here on the RSI, so maybe we'll get a third divergence, or we make a new high and a lower RSI, but sometimes when it gets so volatile, it's hard to read with those. Kind of helps look at extended hours in too. Smooth it out. Alright, I'll just leave it. I'm committed. Committed at this point. Format's way too many questions. China. GME is flat. I didn't sell those calls. I'm gonna drop the price. Oh my. Oh yeah, AMC. Yeah, had a little rip in the morning. Hey, James. GFAI up 10. See what happens with this thing. I mean, definitely catch momentum traders in the morning, some day traders. Yeah. Like to see just hold up levels by end of day for a swing. Spy ripping up there. Yeah, SI had a nice little gap up. It's up 3.5. Like that one. SPY is moving quickly. SMX down 11. Want to see it hold above that 173. GFAI up 10. Let's see. It might close out of some of the cash secured puts on SI before earnings. Like the right thing to do. Win 417. So it's after hours today. Yeah, I'm gonna close these out. Division request a close not found in the account or trade types like this. Oh, no previous orders. That's what it is. Okay. SPY ripping there. 2216, is that a level on? Yeah, that is a level on GME. That's that same level from the bull flag. Continues to hold it up. I sold my calls on there, which I'm fine with. Just tight consolidation on GME, dude. Crazy. Hey, Julian. Okay, so that one. Someone here. I'm gonna close also. Oh, these are covered calls. I probably should close these in case it does rip. Rippy rip. I got an order to close those. I'll wait on that. Yeah, there you go, BBY. Having a little rally. Would have told you that was going to happen with the way it filled my order after I canceled it. A bit, but not much volume. Yeah, I guess for me, it's waiting for some what's that? What just filled? Oh, but BBY calls. That's right, I forgot I had those. Yeah, it is moving up a little bit. 4 and a 5. I can sell these for more now. HSDT up 14%. That's too bad. Yeah, see the shares. I literally can't. Frick, man. I canceled it, and then the bell rang like 30 seconds later, and then it filled. Cancel was unsuccessful. Unsuccessful cancel. BY is up 6% there. 7. I wanted to get 7%. 7.5. Interesting. Eight and a half. Yeah, you know how when you cancel and it says open cancel? Like it's not canceled. Okay, now I'm getting some brokerage problems. Dang it. Makes sense. BY's ripping 11%. I'm just kind of chilling on it. If you're gonna move back up to 30 cents, it could be kind of the floor it finds. Then to set up maybe a little inverted head and shoulders. 15%. Makes sense. Makes sense. Rally even called it. Said double bottom in pre-market. You're just not showing anything on this? It's up 15%. Dang, man. That's too bad. I sold my shares this morning at this price. I had the right idea even too. That sucks. I thought I'm gonna cancel because I'm warning we could just get volatility to the upside. Well, I'll open it back up once it's settled down. We have good confirmation of reversal. Might even sell my calls here. I'll leave it. It's not bad. Yeah, you're getting... I know, yeah, actually E-Trade's not showing me... Not really working right either. Happens. Helps to have multiple brokerages in case one does stupid stuff. Brought shares too late now. Yeah. I mean, if this is a reversal, it's probably not too late. Because it might just, like I said before, me kind of an inverted head and shoulders down here and rally back up and use 30 cents as support like it did back here. This last little drop here might be the, the head. That is good volume there now. 13 million on those 5 minutes. That's a lot. What did I? Let's see. Yeah. Let's see transaction history. Can I see when I submitted the cancel? No, it doesn't show me when I submitted the cancel. Stupid. Okay. 17% on it. 18. Without news. How much of a run we're gonna get. But it seems like it does want to find that 30 cents for support. Server problems, yeah. Hey Juan. What's the deal? I don't know. Not much to report really. I don't know what's changed in the last 2 months. They've had a couple share offerings since then. Thanks guys for your likes. We're at 15. Hope you're having a happy Money Monday. Going broke one. There's 20%. Maybe this rally ends maybe at 33.50 or even 37. And then see if it finds support that 30 cents. Kind of what I'm guessing here. Well, we had the right idea. We literally bought it at the low on Friday. Or like right around here. Yeah. What's 22% between friends? And we've got what, like 1500% to go. Yeah. Why rally? I mean, why'd it drop? At some point, you're gonna find too much buying pressure, right? A bunch else explanation than that. Why has it dropped? You know, more than I've actually ever seen any stock drop consecutively without a bounce for 2 months, 3 months, with on no like fundamental news necessarily. Actually, news that where it started dropping was that they're not going bankrupt. That was back here, so maybe catalyst would be that they're going bankrupt, and we'll go the other way. So kind of rejected the 30 cents. See what happens though by end of day. I'm sure this is T plus something from some date, John. But yeah, maybe it is. Same reasoning. Shorts returning. Hey, Candyman. Guten Morgen. Thanks guys for your likes. We got 16 of them. GFAI actually holding up pretty good here. 12% up. I'm liking it. Liking it for that break. SMX kind of bounced back up there a bit. Nice that it's holding that level. What else we got that's... GTII, is it actually up 4% though? No, I think it's only up 0.5% today. This is from yesterday or Friday. One of our therapeutic stocks is up 11%. That's when we bought it in last week. It's just in hype. They haven't had any news yet. Yeah, this is just kind of pre-PDUFA hype rally. So could, if you get enough of a gain, could sell out before the announcement. This is another one we're in, Ions. Yeah, same kind of deal. It's like a pre-earnings rally, almost. Percy is buying it. I don't know about that. Cut up 2. P plus 13 on swap expiration. So I'm slowly scaling out of these calls I have on it. These BBY calls. I've got good time on them, but this is when I like to sell. So it's up 20%. Not a bad time to sell. Reposition maybe today, maybe tomorrow. They're the 50-cent calls for May. So 32 days on them. Our team built it. Hey, Ace, careful, man. Don't be spreading that. Hey. Down the DL. After 30 is held. So, I mean, yeah, if we see like over the next couple days, we kind of trade in this range up here and we get that invert head and shoulders. I think we'll probably get back up to 80 pretty quick. So, seems kind of silly that I think it's going to hold support above where it's at right now, and I'm waiting to buy at a higher price more or less. But it's also just, I guess, risk management. I'd say is it might not do that. So very likely could use that as a resistance also and come back down. But so far it's looking good. It's looking like it is going to maybe. I mean, it hasn't done it yet. So far it just looks like it's been resistance, which is fine also. I mean, it could build a support down here. GFAI up still 10%. I like how this thing isn't actually super volatile this morning. It's kind of a good sign it's not getting pushed a bunch by day traders. So if it is kind of repeating this type of pattern, I guess we could see if we're like, that was 326%. Put this. Wow, that's another GX or CXI AI move. This thing actually had a reverse split. This thing traded really high. Didn't realize. CXAI looked like it was a SPAC, and then it just dropped off from $10. But this thing, I mean, after reverse split, it was up 100 triple digits. Oh yeah, there's another one that had the reverse split rally. So BY without news, it could get that reverse split rally. That's kind of what I'm hoping for if there's no news. No, that's normal. Don't watch it and it'll go up. It's like watching grass grow or water boil. It just doesn't happen when you watch it. Look at that consolidation up there above VWAP. Did wick though. It does look like it's wanting to use 30 cents as a resistance, which is fine. Support down here at 23 cents, 24 cents. Bottoming down here would be good. Doesn't have to do an invert head and shoulders formation to have a reversal. I sold out another 10 calls there on Bed Bath. Starting to flush down a little bit. Yeah, so that 30 cents was resistance. Good though, good looking, good volume. Not bad. OEV. This is one we liked. I never jumped in though, I don't think. He's up 10%. BuzzFeed. Working now, nice. Tiny of explanation indeed. Yeah. So, went 26%. Noise. Oh, halted. Oh, is this getting news? Therapeutics, is this going to be part of the PDUFA deal? I feel like all these are going to run the end of this month. They're not all of them, but we have some big runners. Sold a few more calls. So slowly scaling out of them this morning. We got about half left. Half left. Thanks guys for your likes. 22 this morning. That means about half of you guys have liked. About the amount of calls I've sold. About half. Oh my, runs up 5%. Got cash secured puts on this guy. That is neat. Buy coming down here. Did I buy? Did I buy what? Excuse me. There's your fleshy flush. Looking for a hold on the level from this day. See if we hold any levels from here. 25 cents to 26 cents, that kind of range. Could be making just a little smaller inverted head and shoulders down here. Yeah, that'd make more sense since it's not breaking above that 30. I mean, a trend reversal could start with a little pump and dump. Most likely is going to, since this thing is so volatile. Ah, FFIE. Called this out. You still in it? 8%. It's this is at an interesting level. Might be a good rally play. Nice support down there, kind of triple bottom. Okay, close out of my net gas. This I was gonna dip by, but I might as well sell for now. I think it's gonna come down a little bit to VWAP. And I might actually want to start trading the next month contracts. Because let's see, 6.4. No, I still should be trading Mays. On that. SPY ripping up here. GME up 0.5%. Yeah, looks like it's finding some support in that 25-26 range from the other day, so potential for a little inverted head and shoulders here on say like the hourly. Yeah, hourly probably be at this little shoulder here in the head. I'm gonna get a little bit consolidating around here. And it continues to move up. A break of this kind of shoulder line, neckline be the confirmation. Volume this morning is good though, it supports it. A couple more calls just got sold on Bed Bath. Yeah, David, I think you could see $1 again. Did it ever resume? Oh, it hasn't resumed yet. GFAI up 12.5. Picked up shares of this morning. If it repeats that same pattern did back here, be $89 as a price target. But not sure it's going to have that big a run. That would look similar to CXAI then, though. Although CXAI didn't after hours. So yeah, they're kind of relay racing, taking turns. Money's flowing from CXAI into GXAI or GFAI and whatever other tickers have AI in them that are rallying. Thanks, guys. Got 29 likes. We're getting there little by little. It's been about 30 minutes. Appreciate you guys' support. So bull flag there. Bed Bath 14%. So holding up. It's below VWAP, but it is holding that level from 413. Good to see. I'm going to continue to probably trickle out of some calls. Just selling 10 at a time. Maybe a little higher fill on these. SMX down 8.5. I like that level it's holding. Longer time frame. Looks like a pretty big profit taking scenario, but I like the trend. A little foolish for not selling. Oh well. Oh well. There's 16.5% on Bed Bath. Building up a nice little bull flag here. Over 30 cents could still be a thing. That bigger Head and Shoulders. Can't people let go of my shares. Yeah, I had a pretty good amount too. I mean, planning on just doing a little 4 or 5% pre-market rally trade on it, or at least exposure for over the weekend. There was news. Happy Money Monday mixed with Merger Monday. Teddy needs some new shoes. SI up 3.25. Buy pretty flat. FIE coming down to BWAP. GFAI holding up there. But Bath could be getting some day traders on this thing too. It's liquid enough. Got a ton of volume. So that's probably attractive to day traders. We start showing support around that 25, 26 cents. Might start picking shares back up there. Maybe later today or tomorrow. Well, it'll have to be tomorrow because I have GFAI now. GME's green by 0.5%. That continues to respect this bull flag support. Did a little false break below it, but we're back into that kind of channel. Buys coming down here. XPEV up 14. Oh. Okay, never mind. So I'm starting to reduce some exposure on SI just for this earnings. Coming up after hours. Winch resumed. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, 37%. Halted to the downside now. Oh, it's trading. MCRB is up 12. I like this breakout too. Got what is the PDUFA date? End of this month sometime. I think it's different for each one. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so MCRB has their PDUFA date April 26th. So just over a week that, you know, you could see a rally for that, I suppose. And then ions. I'm gonna mark this. I might want to sell before then. I mean, if it's rallied up a lot, it makes sense. Put it on here too. Oh, vertical line. Here. That's next Tuesday. No. Next Wednesday. Ed Bass still hanging out up there. All doing pretty good up here. Still have 12 calls. This thing, yeah, this thing looks like it might see a rip up through 30 cents. Maybe. GFAI coming down. Micron doing it. MCOM got a long ways to make up, but interesting. They're both waking up today. Bed Bath and Micron. Happy Money Monday. Hey Dennis. news on this one either. But this one recently had a split, reverse split. Back to Ion's BBBY date. I don't know. Here's a BBBY calendar. Ions is 425 along with BIIB. There's an ALS drug or whatever they're trying to get passed or approved or the 25th. So I'll just put that on here also. Vertical line. GFAI giving it back some here. I like the trend it's in. I'd like it to hold it kind of above these resistance levels back here from that pre-reverse split rally. Hey Gene. No, I accidentally sold it. Not accidentally. I put an order out to sell it this morning, and then I went to cancel it. Or actually, I did cancel it, but it didn't fully cancel, and then it filled. If you heard it here on stream, if you go back, you'll hear it. It was pre-market, and I'm like, oh, I didn't get the rally. Maybe I'll cancel it in case we get a little rip in the morning. I don't want to hold through morning volatility. So I canceled it, and then market open, it filled. So there was probably like 30 seconds in there when I said it canceled, but then you heard the noise, and it then said filled. So maybe got shafted a little bit by the market maker, but no big deal. Little 15%. Pour it out for my homies. My homies being the brokerage. So I'm up 13. Rally. I was being sarcastic with you because there's been no indicator pre-market that we're going to rally during the day. Even a double bottom or whatever, we get that all the time. But I think it could settle back down. Yeah, it could come back down to this level we're at. For kind of a more bullish reversal, I'd like to see it hold higher levels, like 25 cents. 25 cents. Comes all the way back down here. Not looking as good. But if it's flattening out, at least that's better than down. Sometimes like the trend will accelerate to one direction before it reverses, right? Like dip before the rip idea, that whole thing. That's true. I mean, it's sometimes it gets the most aggressive at the end, kind of like a bubble popping. Just before it pops, it starts expanding the fastest. So to the upside, same way as to the downside. So I kind of thought that's what this was, but it wasn't. And so, but we did. I noticed the last. It's the 13th. I don't know if there's any more news necessarily, but yeah, Thursday, Friday are kind of accelerated a little bit again. Downside. Well, I guess at least just from here, because we kind of consolidated there for a little bit. So potentially another potential for a bottom. No way, went 665. Super illiquid. Another halt on it. Jeez. GTAI is actually trading now. That's it. Yeah, GTAI is up 3. Still like this one. Liking it for another like 50% to the upside, hopefully. MCOM. How am I almost break even on that? Oh, because it's fake. Fake numbers. Because they did a spin-off thing or whatever. Yeah, I need back up here. Whoops. Ah, my covered calls on SI filled. Cool, so I closed my covered calls on SI. It's up 3 1/4. They have earnings after hours, so I might even get calls and puts on this thing. I even just do the... Dude, I might just go full on DJ and get the weeklies. Ivy sucks, though. I do have exposure to the upside, though. Still have shares on it. And then... I think I'll just have shares on it, actually. Get back in right through inevitable dip. I'm not gonna get back into BY today. I don't believe. I want to see where it finds support. So got a big bounce this morning. If it starts to find support at like 25 cents, if we start to see it bouncing here, or even up at 30, like I'll be fine to buy it at 30, 32 cents, which is higher than here, but just want to see signs of reversal. So if it comes back down here, then I'll wait. But if we do start to show higher support, then I'll start to pick it back up. SPY's ripping up here. However, I don't have much buying power right now. I've got sick of waiting, so I've been doing other stuff, which has been working pretty good. GTAI has been working. SI is working. SMX was working until I was just stupid. And now these ones are working. These therapeutic PDUFA ones. It's biotech. Things up 14%. Buy's ripping too. So, I mean, looking at TA, it looks nice, but you have that PDUFA date, so I'm assuming it's just kind of like a hype kind of run up. But it does, the chart does look nice till at 7:30 for the upside, and then got like 10 basically. 7:30, 870. But come this day, you know, it could drop 50% or rip 50% or more or less next Wednesday. So I might close this out before then. We'll see. Hey, Miguel, you buying the stock or just puts and calls? What ticker are you talking about? Ion's chart's not quite as bullish looking, but it might have the same type of just pre-announcement run up. This one's in a couple days, right? Oh, that's weak. Weird. Oh no, that one's okay. That one's 25th. GFAI below VWAP. I'm in this one at least till tomorrow. Bed Bath holding up very nicely in that bull flag, so it's tempting. I'll cancel and hold the rest of my calls for now. Just have a few. Oh, BY. Are you buying outside? Up his calls? No, I'm buying shares. Yeah, I'm not today. Today I sold shares. I sold calls, but yeah, I'll get back into shares probably tomorrow. We'll just see. We'll see what the chart's showing. I didn't get back into calls by end of day, I mean, the IV on the calls is insane though, so I'm basically just, I got lucky with it this morning. More or less just for after hours announcement. So I'm buying them at close and selling them at open. And it just so happens this morning we opened and it ripped up 20% or whatever. 89%? Jeez. What's the catalyst on this one? 3? You're only able to get 1 share? Oh, the free flow's not even 1 million. Yeah. That's sketchy. Yeah, that's super small float. Sketchy small. Smaller than SMX. Okay, I have 3.5. Yeah, I didn't expect to see the release. I'll probably mention the word bankruptcy about 50 times. And it's up 5.5. He's up 2. Thanks guys for your thumbs up. I appreciate it with 33. Hope you had a good weekend. We're about, what, 13 or so shy from likes to viewers, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Appreciate it though. Thanks for the support. Nice bull flag there on Bed Bath. Volume this morning is pretty solid. 76 million in that first hour. 5 minutes till that closes. We had 93 million this other day. This first hour. Got beat. Maybe if you'd quit losing money in the stock market, she wouldn't beat you for such simple questions. GFAI up 7.25, just peasantry. Had to do it. Had to do it. Bankrupt? I don't know. We don't know. Going bankrupt could be a catalyst for a rip, though. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for shareholders initially. You might get an exit on it. That gas has just been holding up. So I exited, but it's pretty much flat from when I exited. These little micro, what's it called? Yeah, just the little micro actually oil play. Oil contracts aren't bad. If you get some volatility on oil, you don't need a whole lot of contracts. This drop, if we got a big drop here, yeah, 20%. Pretty good. Some people are certain they are, some people are certain they're not. In the near term, it doesn't seem like they are. I mean, but I don't know. They did get rid of all that. It's hard to know, honestly. It's hard to know even what's going on. So many different filings, so many kind of changed directions. Yeah, it's definitely risky. I'm liking the chart still in the video to the downside. On SPY. An inside bar yesterday, which is a bearish bar, bearish candle. But now today we might be getting an engulfing bullish candle. Just chopping around for a bit longer. We've got data. Let's see. Housing starts, building permits. Beige book on Wednesday.
That is.
Case? Initial jobless claims. Initial jobless claims on Thursday. Well, that'll be market mover. And Fed speakers too. They can always shake things around a bit. I mean, that looks pretty good. That chart there. Good path. A nice bounce out of the bottom potentially. What's wind doing? Is it still halted? Another reverse split. Look at this. So this thing rallied over 100%, almost 200%. 3-4 days before the reverse split. Now here we are, what, a month and a half after, and it's just been halting up the whole time. Another reverse split candidate data set. I like this consolidation and steadiness on GFAI actually. Not like an SMX coming down, but still holding above that level. SI up to okay. Basically, my cost basis on SI actually with these shares. I have. Oh no, never mind. I'm up a little bit, 1.5%. SMX and basically cost basis. I do, it's right here.
Oh yeah, but mom's like you.
Look away.
You're saying,
Mm-hmm.
oh, look at the Starbucks.
Looks like AMC is gonna rally. XAI down 20. Let's Instagram Meta has grown time spent faster than TikTok for the past 5 months, fully closing the still large gap. Wait, what? Time spent. Went, resumed, halt, resumed, halt. Halt again. Alright, now gas coming down a bit.
That's your watch.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and start scaling back into a long here on Natty. One share doubled up. It's a volatility halt, so if the stock moves too fast, too quickly, they halt it. So make sure the market maker can facilitate fair trades, keep people emotionally stable from trading. Stocks I own can go bankrupt. Stop being rich quick. INO up 15%. Ooh, yeah, I kind of want this one. This one has a Purdue, I think, coming up too. This one I followed before because of their chart. See if INO does or not. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Think. Oh. This chart looks nice though. BBBY Fire Marshal Bill. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your gifted membership. Tree snaked it up. Oh, you even were sniping Tree? Dang, dude. You're getting pretty good at that. Getting pretty good. I know, 15%. Oh, Bed Bath running up again. Little bit. This is looking pretty bullish. Up above VWAP now, 16%. Might be making a break for that 30 cents. FFIE dropping off? Oh yeah, it did. Ah, we suck again. See, Bed Bath. Very, very strong price action.
The ego on you.
Ain't not up here. What's up for crying? I don't know if he's crying yet. It's up 16%. He's got to be down a lot. MCRB, this thing's still going. Up 15%. X11. Hope that thing rallies again. Whoa, SI big pop. 5.5. I don't know where this thing's crazy how it moves. This reminds me of how SMX moves a little bit. Just low market cap, fast mover. Glad I closed those covered calls. Oh, did I have? No, I don't have any FRC. They have earnings the 24th. BBY 19%. There it is. It's making a run for another test. I want to go back and listen. I'm gonna do it. Let's see. I say. Okay, I'm gonna just go back and listen and see where you can tell where I closed out. Maybe I can make a little money on him. Maybe. 22 minutes. Oh, SPY's coming down there. GFAI ripping it. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe this week. That type in the time. A little rejection there on BBY on the top. That was ridiculous. Japan Foreign Minister Hayashi agreed to continue. Iran invites 7 countries agree that they want to work with China in areas. Yeah, SMX, it's in a longer uptrend. We just had pretty big profit taking yesterday, I'd say. Huge widespread and really gonna just mess the stock price up. That goes for any stock that's has a widespread. Hard to know what way BBY is going because of double bottom. I'm not that optimistic. I'm filth. No, I did the same thing when I closed out of it because I didn't pay attention to the spread. I just put an order in it. It naturally went to. So that was Rally's comment about the double bottom. That was a huge. Or no, we were up there before. Okay. Might pick up more on a dip. Just sketchy because oil did go negative. That's always what I have in the back of my head. Oh, 414 got an engulfing candle on UNG. Yeah. Alright, I'm dip buying this thing. Dip buying. I think we can get at least another rally back up to a little gap fill up there. Okay, shares on BY haven't closed yet. Got like 10 seconds to open. What's the likelihood of this thing just rocketing? There it was. I said it right there. Dip buying. I think we can get at least another rally back up to a little gap fill up there. Okay, shares on BY haven't closed yet. Got like 10 seconds to open. What's the likelihood of this thing just rocketing up this morning? Most likely thing this thing just rocketing up this morning. Based on nothing at all, but cancel order for now. There's the bell. Good morning. You heard it. I guess it was like 2 seconds. I think we can get at least another rally back up to a little gap. The heck? Look at this crap. Fill up there. Okay, shares on BY haven't closed yet. Got like 10 seconds to open. 10 seconds. What's the likelihood of this thing just rocketing up this morning? It was really like 15 seconds, but I said cancel order for now. Canceled. There's the bell. Good morning. Just filled. What the frick? I canceled it. You hear that? That was yeah, that was it. Anyways. SPY moving down. I know, 15.5. Went to 11 and halted again. Yeah, those are hard to trade, those ones. Print on that SPY dip. Yeah, it was like 10, 15 seconds. Something like that between when I canceled it and then it filled. Holy crap. Alright, 215%. Gonna get halted again, dude. There's no float. 707,000. And there's another halt. The bath holding up pretty good here. Still. SI's up 6.5. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, wait. That's weird. This says 5.25. My TD says it's up 6.5. Weird. Yeah, hopefully you can get out. Don't market order when it's halting like that. That's all I would say. At least that's what I don't do that. But Bath now above VWAP. Consolidating. SMX 760. I wanted to hold these levels. Don't do it, SMX. GME is now red. BBY kind of double topped up here. Might sell some more calls. I know, still grinding up 15%. Thanks guys for your likes. We're at 38. If you haven't liked, I appreciate the thumbs up. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20. That's about right. 38. WNT still halted at 13.5. For maybe some profit taking, about 17.5. Careful up in that range. Buy bouncing on the support we have drawn here. 412.12. Those little highs from yesterday. STS up 14%. Don't be exit liquidity. How true that is. Alt. Yeah, alt's up. Yeah, this chart looks nice. Gap fill would be neat. The biotech one. Let's have BBBY too. Not that I see. MCOM gave it back up. How could you? Could you? The math still above VWAP. SI holding nicely up there. Might even close my shares. We're gonna move back up to 1680. It rejects again. I don't know. I kind of want to hold through earnings. Not a very large position. CRB up 14 still. Bad news is bad news, but it's over now. The alt longs can move on. Path now back down to VWAP. The VINT is still halted. That gas getting a little bounce here. Trying to figure out when to re-enter, when to go slow. I think 225. We wait for that. I don't know how to do charts on E-Trade. How do I lock this thing? USL came down a little bit. Sold 20 April. On BBY. Trading calls now, Tree. I don't think Bed Bath will end up negative today. Be pretty unusual. Even for Bed Bath and Beyond. Oh, went. What do you mean you sold 20 April? Oh, APR? I don't know what you're talking about, man. It all made sense in your head before you typed it out. SPY bounced on that level. ASTS still climbing up here, 16% on that. Nvidia, pretty flat. Tesla has earnings Wednesday. Shares sold break even on Wint. Batman. Morning, Greeno. The halted here. Oh, BBBY. Consolidating above VWAP still. Kevin and the kids are back. SPY moving back down a little bit. Oh, why my GD Ameritrade says this up 6.3. Webull says 5. It's gonna keep halting, guys. It's super low, small float, tiny market cap. That's just what they do. And it's halted to the downside this time. So could do the exact same thing in reverse. On 6.25. Is my X on being good? I think so. Yeah. The IV on GME 46% for this week. Easy. Bed Bath. Still holding up here, really strong. Good. Old Poppy, almost 20% again. Yeah. It's probably gonna halt down. At some point it's gonna find a place where it settles and consolidates. So it'll chill out somewhere, but yeah, it could just halt down for a bit first. You know, keep gapping, halting down, same way it did going up. Quite likely. Make me wait on this one. Volume is kind of sustaining here on Bed Bath. That's another good sign. As opposed to this other morning, 411, where it had just that first hour of volume and then went back to kind of normal volume. This hour, we still have 30 minutes left in this hour and already at 24 million. This day was 18 million. So volume sustaining, and it's also sustaining this price level. This might not be a bad purchase here, even right around VWAP. I'll have to wait though. Go EV, 7%. Jeff Brands down 18. Tupperware down 12. HKD down 3.8. Oh, what a weird little move on HKD. Birds down 3. That might be a nice spot to pick it up, to buy it. I had a big run the other day at 31%. Nat gas holding up really well. Bed Bath back to the highs. I can't believe I canceled a go through. Would have been a nice little position to be holding. Starting position on Bed Bath. It's coming down a little bit. CRB coming back down to VWAP maybe. That's holding up nice. GTI up, still up 1.7. Our GFAI shares are still up. Ah, there you go, Bed Bath. That first little level there, 2880. That low from that weird barcode day. Up on the high of the day for Bed Bath, 29.29. It bust through 30 cents. I think we could see 32 cents maybe. Dark pool is strong. Should have thought about that before you got entry. You can only day trade whatever 3 times a week. Unless I guess you're planning on holding it. Then yeah, you could hold it. So it looks like it halted down. Well, it's consolidating pretty high actually. You've got a chance to exit here on Wint. VWAP's at 9.7. Getting close to 30 cents, 25%. New high of the day on Bed Bath & Beyond. About to break that 30 cents. Let's see it. Boom, there's a bust through that 30 cents. 32.20, 33.50 I would see as next potential resistances. It can hold above 30 cents though. Look at that, it's right at 30 cents. Whoa. 30.92, did you see that? That was crazy. That was a wild candle. So end of the week above 50 cents would be dope. 62,000 contracts. Yeah, it's holding above 30 cents right now. Market cap on it's 142 million. I think it could hit it. I don't know if it'll close above it by Friday, but it very well could. If this is the bottom, you know, we could see consolidating above 30 cents, and we could be above 50 cents tomorrow. And then, you know, I mean, we could be up to $1 by end of week, or by midweek, and then back down to 50 cents by end of week. But probably would be 80 cents first, or even this gap fill it. But yeah, I guess it would be 80 cents, and then probably a melt back down to 50. Might not be this week, might be next week. It is a lot of contracts would be in the money though. So. Hey trader. It is a long ways, that's true. But market cap wise, it's not. So once the market cap gets as low, I mean, you can see how quickly it can move. As you guys, you know, good example is Went. This also had a much smaller flow, but you know, 100 and 200% move is easier to make that. May $1 calls. There's 27% on Bed Bath and Beyond. That 30, 50. So we might get that over 30 cent consolidation kind of support. There you go, trader. Happy birthday, man. Congratulations. MCOM gave it back. GME 0.22%. BBBY back below 30 cents. We'll see, it's gonna be a struggle. SI bull flagging again. I think we could see that 1680 today on it. Also noticed SMX was starting to come back up some. Yeah, bounced nicely on that $1.70. Impressed with how well GFAI is holding up. Truly impressed. Oh, it's already starting to show its little 30-cent support there. Okay.
Gee, let me think. Sure.
Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Happy B-Day trader name. Happy birthday, trader. And to all you BY longs, happy Money Monday. I think. Yeah, sure. Julian, look at you swinging around big moves. How are you down 2.2k on it? Were you holding this? Nice exit. Well done. It's halting back up again. Wow. I don't understand how you've been holding this one? You bought on this pump? Bought on one of these spikes, I bet, right? GME, dude. That is becoming the most safe, stable value stock on my watch list. Operation Infinite Walrus, what's up, man? Yeah. I guess I've sold out of a majority of them. But yeah, the ones I have left are up 58%. Bad. $0.80? Yeah, I think we'll get there. Not sure if we'll make it this week or not. Without a catalyst. Like another nice bottom candle, like we had over here, but that ended up not being the bottom. So let's see how it plays out. Volume is better today, and we're gonna hold up a higher support, which looks like it is. That's bull flagging there still in the 5-minute. Another one. Compare that to over here. Yeah, it really didn't have the. Was that the day? 411, yeah. Yeah, today is looking much stronger than that other day, 411. So pretty nice, really. I got a great exit this morning on it. Strong volume, somewhat of an engulfing candle. Say that? No, it's not. Price action strong though, with volume. Moving to the upside, breaking out his last little 5-minute bull flag. BBY could get kind of out of control today, but it's looking like it might. About before the reverse split. Jeez. Well, you got a fortunate exit on that. Well done. Oh, went. Baby bottle pop. More volume than market cap. It is 150 million. Yeah, that's funny. Just barely. So 32.20 is what I was saying. It hit 31.80. We'll see if that's the high today. This volume got pretty aggressive in the last 15 minutes. No, you did a good job, Julian. Being that red on a position, then to be able to exit profitable, that's sick. All right, 31.8 was high. on BBY. Thanks guys for likes, appreciate it. We're at 42, well done. See if 30 bucks or 30 cents holds today as support, or if we're looking to VWAP from earlier, that 27 cents. Above 30 could be a nice little inverted head and shoulders here, signifying that bottom. This candle's not engulfing on the daily, but yeah, I mean, it's good price action with a lot of volume, so I'd like to see it consolidate above either 30 cents or kind of this level, this 25 cents from the other day. So we get inverted head and shoulders here, or one up here. The shoulder, head, shoulder. Unless there's news that comes out and it just goes crazy, but SPY's moving up a little bit here. Nice rally. Barely even has hair. A scalp? Is there a certain percentage that you would consider a scalp and not a scalp? SPY above VWAP. Look at that bull flag on SI. Beautiful. MCRB back down to VWAP. IONS melting up more. Broke the high from last week. Happy Money Monday. Thank you guys for being here and all your support. Really to get into one event. Probably, yeah. It's so illiquid and volatile. I mean, the float is so tiny, the market cap's so tiny. It's sketchy to trade at these levels. If you were holding it before all the halts, then yeah, you could try and exit up here. But that's me. I don't know what your risk tolerance allows. Short term? Like how short? And fundamentally or like chart wise? What do you mean? How do I feel about it? I mean, on the chart, it's kind of what I've been saying. It looks like it's building another support, another bottom. Even better than it was on 411. Just because this volume. Look at this volume actually. Wow. Second hour is more volume than the first, so another good sign that this is a bottom. Like to see it basically consolidate or find support, a higher level support, either 25 cents or 30 cents. How strong it's been, we'll see. The support might be that 30 cents range. Prost. Presto. Automation. This AI type one. Yeah, AI. There you go. SPY hanging out below VWAP. I think GME's only moved like 0.05% today. It's a big old mess. 40 cents easy. it's doing good. Bull flagging, breaking out. This looks like it's doing it again. So maybe. SI broke out of that bull flag. Beautiful chart. Boop, boop, boop. Look at that volume. See if we can get to that 1680. Might sell my shares up there. It's probably be prudent. But it's not a huge position, so I might just hold. Fun to hold through earnings like that. Mine's coming down here a bit. Big flush there. 11:30 we get data. What was that? Not a big flush, but a pretty volatile wick. $11:30's EU close. Oh, we got the bond auction. Done with the bonds. 3-month and 6-month. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Ricky Bobby. Probably go under 23 cents tomorrow. Is this another AI one? Another reverse split. Didn't have any price action really from it though. Right now and then you get one like this. What was it, biotech? Did they get approval or something? Today their PDUFA day. I don't see anything. First, not bad. I don't think we're gonna go under 23 cents tomorrow. But I sympathize with the negativity. This thing has made somewhat of a historic looking chart in the last 3 months. So I get it. As you see, the difference between this day and today are pretty significant, and we're not even halfway through the day. So yeah, volume is almost as much as that day. Price action is a much bigger move to the upside so far. It is holding up higher levels. This day we only held up for like an hour and then it started selling off. Today it's actually holding, rallying and holding and rallying and holding, bull flag after bull flag. This day it rallied and then held for a little bit above VWAP, and then look, by 10:20 it already dropped below VWAP. So we're at 11:30 and we've only been making new highs. So there's a bounce back up from SPY in that bond auction. I'm about to say you couldn't get a better entry tomorrow, maybe, but maybe not much better than here, because this 30 cents might be the support. Like We might have a rip up to like 37. And then maybe a retest down here, but yeah. Yep. Meanwhile, my GFAI, my BBBY money that I put into GFAI is now almost red. Ah. German site and Chinese site. Really? If that's what caused the drop here? I haven't caught up on the news this morning. I don't see any news. Oh, SI back to VWAP. SMX still kind of moving up. Good, 3.4%. Walmart sold Bonobos. Did it. Oh, wow. Who did it sell it to again? We were looking at that stock. What was that? Oh, that was that Express? Was that Kohl's? Who just bought Bonobos? Yeah, Express. So it went through. Even the biggest, smartest corporations still lose money. Walmart sold Bonobos menswear line for $75 million. It paid $310 million in 2017. With all the inflation and everything since then, it's even worse than it looks. Now, why Express wants it, I don't know. Swiss government awards unprecedented contract related to Credit Suisse. Eyes coming down. Bed Bath holding above 30 cents. Another pharmaceutical one. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of these in the next couple weeks with big gaps to the upside and downside. Just reporting what happens today, no prediction or news. You haven't really been averaging down? Yeah, that's smart. Because we never found a bottom, so an average down is fine after it starts to go up. Went halted to the downside. Oh, that's recently viewed. Eyes coming down. Yeah, it was Express. Big whales. I don't know. I mean, have a ton of shorts that are very profitable in their positions. SPY's kind of getting flushy here. Got a little head and shoulders there on the hourly. Did have that inside bar yesterday. I don't know what a wint even is. Bed Bath moving back up a little bit here. It's up 32%. The thing with a canceled order is it doesn't go through, or it doesn't happen immediately or within at least 5 seconds. like it's not. I'm not trying to get like a limit fill or something. I'm not trying to wait for the market maker. It's like once you hit it, it should be locked in, even if it hasn't fully canceled it. Right? Like, what do you have to wait for it to actually can't, like, should see the time, click the button, you know, however long it takes a market maker, that's their fault. You canceled it. I don't know. That's actually a brokerage thing, that's not, I don't know, I guess it could be a market maker too. Nice consolidation up here on Bed Bath. Are we up on lower volume?
Now is if there was a pivot, what kind of reaction would we have? A pivot meaning they talk about cutting. That could cause a little panic. Technically, we're at this 4,200. We've been range bound.
Right.
And, you know, for us to get above it, what's going to be that catalyst to break us through? We're seeing some good pockets in earnings that have been revised downward, but I think the one thing that we're
Give an RSI divergence in the 5 minute there.
The Fed is the debt ceiling, and I know
given price action,
McCarthy was addressing that, and
that's
it'll
good.
be
I'm gonna
interesting to see
sell
how that plays out.
all the rest of my calls.
I'm old enough to remember 2011 when that became
Rally
an
called the
issue,
bottom this
and,
morning.
we did
Let's say it's
default,
calling
and
the
our
top
credit
too.
rating got dropped.
How do you like that one?
It led to a nice leg lower, great buying opportunity, and we may get one of those too.
Thanks, bud.
I'm old enough to
All right, I sold the rest of my calls.
long ago, Jay. I mean, it'd be different if you talked about the crash in the 80s or
Well, I'm
something,
not that
or
old,
even
but
Y2K.
I was here for that.
2011. I mean, it's not that far away. Let's talk about, because, you know, I will say pertaining to the debt ceiling and why it's I'm glad you brought up 2011. By the way, we had on Kevin Gordon from Charles Schwab.
Well, RSI divergence
He
could be
talked about
nothing
2011
just
as
because
well,
it's
and
a short
the
term.
volatility
And this
that
price
can
action looks
ensue.
pretty strong.
Janet
But
Yellen, our Treasury Secretary, basically put that June 5th
I was kind of
deadline,
thinking 32.20 for a high or
CEO
33.50.
saying, look, we have enough money
coming back down to
from
30
July
cents
September,
or
maybe, and then we run out of cash,
maybe
and
25,
default,
25
and
cents in
having
a day.
downgrade of our
Somewhere to bounce off of.
debt. It's a risk, you know.
Well,
right?
but people are looking for that buying opportunity. We keep talking about recession. Are we going to officially hit a recession? When will that be announced? And usually, if that does come, and it could come around the same time, you could see a panic sell-off, and I know a lot
Utilize
of
the
people have
gamer
been waiting for that opportunity to get into the markets.
No.
So I think if
You mean
there's a
coming
catalyst to
into
move us out of
OPEX
this
this
range,
Friday?
It could be down. It could be quick,
I mean,
because as you know,
a close over
markets
50
move
cents would be
very
pretty
quickly,
big for end
especially
of
when they
week.
get
That's
scared.
62,000
And
contracts
that is
in the
when
money.
you want to put money to work. There could be lots of opportunities if
So,
this does become an issue.
You mentioned
there's
J&J
not
Tesla.
nearly the
So
amount of
give us
open
a
interest
sentence on each. I
the
want
weeks
to see what
after.
you're thinking. I'm excited for those
J&J
as well.
reminds
but that
me
would
a lot
definitely
of,
kick off
United
a
Healthcare,
bit of a
which we
game and
reported on
squeeze to the
Friday.
upside.
Big run
It
up into
could.
earnings, nice
But without a
gap
news
on their
catalyst, I
settlement.
just don't see this
It looks
being.
like they're going to really have to beat before we see them run higher.
I don't
But
know.
it could
It could go a little
good
crazy
buying
with that one,
opportunity in Tesla.
but-
Everyone talks about Tesla. 8% implied volatility on earnings day. It gapped up nicely after last earnings. Followed through. Where did it pause?
$1
The
today.
200-day moving average. A lot of resistance around that 210 level. Let's see what Elon Musk says.
That'd be
but,
great. Yeah, that's smart.
You know, they've
I'm up on
cut costs,
11:30.
and that could
Got
have
the
a,
day traders kind of
impact on his
quitting out
bottom
here
line.
too.
Yeah, well, you know what's interesting is they cut costs. There was a lot of talk that he was a genius. They
probably-
still have
I'll probably look for
margins,
shares
unlike
on a
some of
dip.
the companies, when they cut costs, they really
Could probably
feel
liquidate
pinch.
some stuff
Will
to
they
have
feel
capital
pinch,
and
right? And
Yeah.
so many Elon Musk headlines.
start
I'm
scaling in
excited to
maybe
talk-
some
to
today,
talk
but
more about
I wait
Tesla
till
this
tomorrow.
week.
Definitely.
Just on the economic reports, we've been going through a lot of them. You had CPI, PPI, retail sales. You mentioned retail sales.
CPI,
which
PPI.
actually consumer spending fell 2 times as much as expected. That's not great news. That's terrible news.
Yeah.
But on the other side of the coin, we got Empire State
Come on, SMX.
Manufacturing.
I
I
wanna
love
get
to
out of
watch
you.
this number here in New York. And so in April, a level of 10.8. Okay, that's April. March,
Good
folks,
drop MCRP,
down.
but
It was a negative
I like this chart a lot.
24.6. I mean, this was a huge beat, an 8-month high. I mean, this
BBBY is
just
slapping
tells
around
the
so
Fed,
much.
Go right ahead
Be
for that
patient
rate
on that
hike,
thing.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I like seeing a number where you get good
ONS
news.
coming down to
but
VWAP.
what did you make of it?
GTI
Well, the Fed is, you know, they're not getting that jobs
2.9
number. That's
on
what
the
it
day.
comes down to. Every Friday we're watching, Thursday and Friday, for
Right. I
the
don't know.
unemployment numbers. That's what's going to change the Fed's pace on things. The CPI, the PPI
Didn't
did
call
come
it, it's
in
breaking
cooler.
out. Yeah,
can
that's all right.
move in the
Little new
middle,
high
and,
there.
once again,
I mean, I saw the
it's not
divergence,
that
but
thing that said, all right, the Fed
we'll
is
see.
done. But what it has given
32
the Fed,
cents
it's
on
given
BY,
them the
new high of the
ability to
day.
keep at it right now.
See which one of
Yeah.
A little
these
work to be done, and
resistances
that soft landing, if it was to
finds.
happen, there's still the plane is still circling, and we still may be able
No, I had
to
a good
pull it
exit.
off. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
The contracts are so
absolutely. We've
cheap,
been
it's hard to
watching that
get
range in the S&P.
one more penny out of them.
3,800 to 4,100. We've
You know,
broken
this
out
much of a move
right
only
now,
brought them up.
4,125. You
I
mentioned
mean, this much brought them up
4,200.
pretty good, but
So we'll have to wait
a move
and
from
see
here
on
to
that.
here,
And
you're
rates
probably not
have
gonna get a higher
crept
fill.
higher too. I mean, I think that's sort of worth noting. Did you
And
have
if
a
it comes
final
down
thought?
pretty
No,
quickly,
I
you're
still
you're
think we're
definitely
going
gonna
to
get
be in
filled.
this range. I don't know what the catalyst
Another
is. You just have to look at
biotech.
different sectors. Right now, to me,
Yep.
healthcare still looks like the sector to buy on weakness. And then technology, consumer discretionary, great runs.
Gap at 32
they
cents.
are pulling back. They
I
may
don't see a
actually
gap up
be
here.
the stocks to lead us higher in the second half of the year. So keep an eye on them as well.
All right, Jay Woods. Thank you for being with
Jay
us.
Woods.
Sit down.
Yeah, I know. We have these
I
conversations.
could actually pick it up
just
on this
off
account
camera,
too. I didn't think about
and not
that.
everybody gets to see them. Jay Woods, Freedom Capital Markets. Thank you. Coming up next, George Sillis is standing by, and he's going to take a close look at Taiwan Semiconductor. We did see an upgrade from Susquehanna, and he'll have all the
Susquehanna.
details on that report and a way to trade it as well. Coming up.
BY at the high again. Oh, righty then. There's new high on BBY, 32.20. This volume today is solid. Solid. 189 million already. We've already surpassed the other day that I thought could have been the bottom. It's very, very early in the day. This thing honestly, it could still get crazy today. I mean, like even more crazy. It's up 35%. We have a gap fill up 59 cents. Somebody walk away. No, I think you got it good. Locking in profits green is how you win. How you win this game. You gotta be good, don't have to be the best. Oh, you're talking about FOMO back in. Yeah. You gotta sit on your hands with profits. Just watch and wait. Up 30 tomorrow. No, 30 might not, might not find support there. Depends on how high it goes. I mean, if we get a gap fill of 59, then it'll definitely hold above 30. Even up here, 33.50, if we get it all the way up here with 37 cents today, I think a 30-cent support would be quite likely. I know you've been seeing it for months and months go down, but you're seeing that until you see something different, and today is something different. See the difference? Volume. That's the biggest difference. And even all this volume, since they did the share offering, the volume has just been crazy, and now the biggest volume we're seeing is on a big green day with big price action. So it is different today. You can't be so jaded that you then miss it. I'm not saying to buy up here, I'm just saying this another time it looks like could be the bottom. So get it at the price you want it and just set stop losses if it fails again to the downside. 6 months. Can't come back in 6 months unless this thing goes to $30.
Thank you for that. I mean, we've had a lot of news in the world of semis over the last couple of weeks. This upgrade to positive, obviously good news for Taiwan Semi. How would you go about
Taiwan
trading this name?
Semi.
Yeah, so Nicole, I think if you look at the chart, it's 21-week moving average. So I'm looking at the weekly chart, and it's trading above that. So ideally speaking, anytime the
SI.
stock is trading above its
Is it
21-week
doing it?
moving average, and it's done so on a
Yes.
consecutive basis for at least a couple weeks, we could denote that the stock is in a positive uptrend. So with that said, we can actually go out and buy some
$100 6
call
month
options. In this case, we'll go out to June with about 60 days to expiration and buy the $85 call options. And altogether, it would cost a trader about $6 a share or $600 a contract.
Oh, that could be a top there.
It's basically
Double
$600
doji,
you're
inside
spending
bar.
relative to buying 100 shares.
Literally at the exact
100, but ideally speaking, we'd actually have to see the stock move in this
thousandth
case
of a percent
to
or
at least
penny
$91 or higher
of our
by
line,
expiration.
32.20. Think that
to
holds?
at least break even because we're spending $600 in this case.
That's that
if it
God
hits
mode
91,
TA.
That's break even. If it
I mean,
goes
someone
beyond
else said
that,
it. I didn't say
anything
it.
above that is,
Someone else said
is
it.
profit. But the other thing I will mention here is the stock is coming out with earnings shortly, so you have to keep.
You put
that in
enough
mind,
lines on
maybe
there, and one's
the
gonna
trader
hit
would like
right
to wait
on.
until post earnings to consider entering a trade as well.
All right.
We'll
Thank
see.
you for that example trade. George Stillis, appreciate it. Giving us all the details on Taiwan Semi this Monday. Thanks.
I can't tell if you're
Coming up
joking.
next, it's time for a look at our 360 round. We're talking about the home builders in particular. This whole
VWAP
sector,
buys are good.
what some of the trends could
VWAP
be.
buys are good.
Trading 360 will be
Can
right
be.
back.
60. Gen I. SPI. Little mover. Run, moving up more to the upside, up 7%. RC up. That's true, it is on SSR. Not that it means really anything, but yeah, it was, I think, down 10% on Friday, right? So 32.20 and 33.50, 37. Looks like BY wants to break out more. Gap officially fell. I never saw that gap. So I believe you. Go SMX, nice and easy, one step at a time. Fly with a bit of a bounce here. Oh, BLCM. Ah, yes. They're biotech. 110%. Gap is filled. This price action, this volume, everything about this looks like a bottom. Yeah, 201 million. 71, and yet only 48 likes. Just kidding. Thanks for likes, guys. I appreciate it. There's 50. Well done. Ding, ding, ding. I saw you too. I saw your likes come in.
Aaron, you're watching the relationship between how many multi-families are being built versus single-family homes. Obviously, we know multi-family has been very popular of late. Tell me what you're watching specifically.
Last high volume day. It was the last day I thought we had a bottom, but we've already passed that volume, and it's not even new.
Multifamily
That was 187 million.
Opportunities as well as condos
So
have been
here was the
very
restructuring,
popular.
they
And
terminating
if we
the
look at the housing
warrant,
starts, that
preferred
is
shares,
also very skewed by
and
multifamily.
just had the
So
share
last
offering.
month, housing starts
That's where I sold.
were positive, far
And
above what we expected.
then our volume
but
since
it was
then has really
driven
picked up a
almost
lot.
exclusively by multifamily. Meanwhile, single-family housing starts
last
are
big
still
volume
at
though was this
2-year
last day that we
lows.
had an
And
engulfing
this is
candle
really
with a lot
what
of volume.
Americans are looking
But
for.
now
They
we've got
want to have
much
their
more
own
volume.
four walls.
We'll
They want to
probably
have their
be
own
twice
single-family home,
the
but
volume we had
builders
here.
really have not been focused on that because of the affordability
And our
issue.
price
So
action is just
I am
way
hoping
more
for
solid.
that pendulum to begin to swing the opposite direction,
So
and for us to
picked
really
it back
build
up
what we
yesterday.
are desiring in the
Picked
market.
up shares back up, well,
I
Friday.
see. Okay. And thank you for
Mostly
that,
just
Aaron.
for
Tell
over
me,
the
Jay,
weekend. If there's
your
any
thoughts on
news.
some of the names. I know you had a few
But
outperforms. Just
if you're here
quickly,
this
which
morning,
ones
you
are the
heard.
best bets?
I had
Sure.
So in terms of
I had a canceled
affordability,
order that
Mommy,
didn't
Century Communities and
cancel.
Meritage, both
You.
of these, the ticker on Meritage.
So I got back out of shares.
Both of these companies focus on
now
entry-level buyers. It's over
waiting a little bit to
80% of
go
their
back
annual
in.
sales typically, and they are trying to address some of the affordability concerns and be competitive with what's in the market from existing homes, and also trying to be competitive with some of the higher rents that Aaron had talked about. I think we also, if you want to look at more move up, if you think that the mortgage rates are actually going to stay flat, maybe move up from here in terms of a move up builder. We like TPH, TriPoint, as well as Taylor Morrison, TMHC for move up and call it, a little bit of luxury and active adult building. That's what those names specialize in.
Yeah. Wonderful to see you both, Jay and Aaron. Thank you. Aaron Sykes, Nest Seekers International, and Jay McCandless, Wedbush Securities. Thank you. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. Keep it right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Fast Market is next.
Yep, looks like that 32.20 was the temporary top. Really right on that line we have. But we'll see. Might pick up calls again today, see what they come down to. I had them bought on Friday for 6 cents. They went up to 10 cents. I think I sold them for 8 cents mostly. 9 cents? Yeah, 8 and 9 cents. I pick up a bunch more. Yeah, maybe at BWAP. We'll see. I'm not getting, I don't know what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna see it hold 30 cents, really. You grow some balls. Yeah, this volume, I mean, you saw it pick up here like 11. Increasing volume midday is very strong. That's usually very real slow time. I guess it's not quite midday, it's still pretty early, but volume sustaining at these levels this is the difference between that last engulfing candle. We had 93 million in the first hour, and this is this day. 80 million in the first hour, 87 million in the second hour. Coming up on the 3rd hour, we're gonna have blast, but much more than we had this day. So very, very strong. No, you didn't miss the rocket ship. 30% is thousands from where it needs to go. SMX back green. There we go. 20% midday. That'd be sick. Over get up 6. BLCM hit 1. Wow. I think just kept taking off. Crazy. Biotechs, man. It's gonna be a fun rest of the month.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market. I'm Tom White, and we've got a great lineup for you today on the show, including discussions and strategies in the banking sector. We are covering moves in Goldman Sachs and Bank of America ahead of their earnings tomorrow morning. And like Folio, we'll break down consumer sentiment data on American Express.
No date for the reverse split.
So far this year.
They might not do it.
To their quarterly
honestly.
Results on Thursday.
It's like that's still a possibility for sure.
2.5 hours into the trading day,
how much they put that they wanted
lower as investors prepare
the right
for the
and
latest batch of corporate earnings
the choice
results.
to cancel at any time or whatever was kind of unusual for a reverse split.
Tech is
and the fact that they did it so far in advance. When they're
let's take a look at those
supposedly in such a dire situation is also very unusual.
Industrial average
when they give themselves over a month for the vote to
NASDAQ,
be concluded.
As I mentioned, tech leading to the downside, down about
so
0.5%,
the vote
and the Russell 2000
concludes on I think the 8th or the 9th.
Nearly 0.6%.
So still 3 weeks, 4 weeks
in energy and healthcare within the Russell 2000.
So
break down the market
BY's back at $5 or whatever by then.
Kevin, kind of a
they might not do it. They might just
today, kind of
offer shares if they need
this level, but I think the key thing
that's if there's no big player behind the scenes working some magic.
Some data this morning, but
you know,
it's all about earnings.
None of the speculation is true, basically.
Into the rest of the week.
Yeah, after Friday's unofficial start of earnings season with the banks, we've got 60 more names in the S&P this week, 6 in the NASDAQ, 6 in the Dow, 282 names total, and then next week is the massive earnings week. But this, you know, this is a story of, you know, some more banks. We'll get Bank of America, Goldman tomorrow, Morgan Stanley on Wednesday. But it's really Netflix, it's Tesla.
Thanks, guys, for your likes. It's 53, you know, well done. A little bit of food. So
this week is cheaper.
Thanks for your likes, I appreciate it.
From Netflix.
They're about to be on, looking good.
Cars from Tesla.
Up 32% today. 32.20 is a high on the day. Might be the high for the day. We'll see. It's still pretty early. Volume's good. Everything looks like it's showing a bottom of this long downtrend it's been for months.
Today there were some upgrades and
so looking for some consolidation somewhere around here.
Also, Google Alphabet. There was
see
some
where it
news
bounces
on
up.
that.
Gas
Over the
kind of bounces a little
weekend,
bit.
there was an interview with the CEO on 60
OEV
Minutes,
up
but then
10.3.
also some potential losses of a customer. Let's bring in Caroline Woods.
Well, I said they'd be okay if they didn't.
Here on the network to help us break down the story.
Yeah.
Caroline, we've seen some weakness here in Google Alphabet.
I mean, that can change though.
Based on maybe some changes.
And they're trying to persuade your vote to vote for it.
Who's using Bing versus Google Alphabet?
So.
That's
I don't know.
Tom.
They've changed a lot of stuff.
Microsoft rivalry continues,
you know, everything from
and we know,
their
know,
preferred
Microsoft
shares and warrant
Google
deal
a run for its
to
money in the AI space with its ChatGPT product.
Yeah, they've even updated filings themselves. So yeah, I'm not holding them to any of that.
Core business, which of course is internet search.
I voted
Samsung
for the split, but I'm
reportedly
just saying it's possible that they don't even do it.
Google for Microsoft Bing as its primary or its default search engine on its
Biotech
devices.
probably, yeah, because they all
AI
hinder on
this
getting
has
approval
Google
for the drugs. So
employees in a state of
if they fail
panic,
approval, they could drop,
according to
you know,
New York
50,
Times,
75%
saying
in a
they were
day.
shocked when they learned about this development last month. So Samsung
Safe went
shipped
bankrupt?
261 million smartphones in 2022. All of those were running Google's Android software. So in terms of financial impact, this could potentially risk an estimated $3 billion in annual revenue. And according to the Times, a similar contract with Apple will be up for renewal this year. That's tied to an estimated $20 billion. So could be potentially bigger implications here. Google is really racing to try to protect its core business. It's actually building an all-new search engine with AI capabilities, in addition to updating the current search engine that it offers with some of those AI capabilities. And it would be somewhat surprising, given the fact that Samsung phones currently run on Google's Android operating system right now. So contracts are still in negotiation. There's a chance that they might stick with Google as the search engine, but just the threat is sending shares of Alphabet lower. We're taking a look. They're off about 3.4% today, whereas you can see Microsoft shares modestly higher. They were a bit higher earlier this morning. They've given up some of those early gains, but in the green nonetheless. And as you said, this comes as Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai called for government regulation of AI on CBS's 60 Minutes last night, saying there has to be regulation. You're going to need laws, highlighting the threat of deepfake videos, which could be used to spread misinformation. Also warns that society needs to prepare for AI's rollout, saying every product of every company will be impacted, and potentially Alphabet's as well.
You know, Caroline, I think this is a more simple story than we're making of it with Samsung, because Google makes phones. Google Alphabet makes phones. Apple makes phones. They're a pretty strong competitor of Samsung. So why should
Tupperware's down quite a bit.
even though Google is the leader,
I can buy a soda instead of water.
If they can find a viable, that's the key.
You're buying
word
water
here,
for lunch?
A viable alternative to one of their competitors. Why wouldn't they use it to possibly weaken a competitor and strengthen themselves? So
based on what?
This isn't
the fact that it's up 30%?
far-fetched as we think it is, as long as Microsoft's can be comparable to Google. Am I wrong here, or
Hey, Thundercube, no worries, man.
your competitors so
Congrats.
much by using their
Congrats on BBY short-term long holders. Because if you're a long holder and you've been holding long, this still sucks.
Plus billion-dollar business.
But yeah.
But if Bing can compare, which I think
There's some excited people in chat.
Typically use search engines would just immediately go to a Google. If Bing
XXI
can
bottom.
compare, especially with some of this generative AI technology that could give it a one-up, that could be a potential reason. It's actually not for certain that Microsoft.
I do have a line there, 64 cents.
The main reason.
Where's that from?
Samsung
Back here?
is considering this change after over a decade with Google, but that's sort of the speculation. But you could be right around speculation on that front too. I think at the end of the day, the one thing that we know for sure is that AI is going to be disruptive, and I think that for a long time, Microsoft was a distant second when it came to market share in internet search
Volume today,
engines,
212 million. It's only noon. Alright, looks like we'll probably get to move back down a bit. I haven't even really hit VWAP ever since we left it, so that's freaking bullish too.
Google, Alphabet allowed Microsoft
I guess
to steal its
it's waiting to get VWAP above 30 cents, and then it'll come down to it.
Google seems to be taking a much more
Till
cautious
then,
and much
BBY
slower
doesn't have anything to do with it.
Releasing its borrowed product. So kind of stole its thunder there, and we'll have to see if it can chip away at that 90% market share. But good point, Kev, one that I didn't even consider.
Yeah, some of the comments that the CEO made.
Update open 3,000 shares. Nice.
That
I sold today just before open.
No,
I don't think.
No, it's a little scary.
I don't know how many shares.
All right, thanks to Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on the network, breaking down the story on Google Alphabet. But now let's bring in Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on the network. Alex, I wanted to get your take here on markets. We've got the dollar spiking higher, 10-year yields
GFA's
nearly 3-week
ripped back
highs,
up to
put a little
VWAP
bit
there.
of pressure, especially on tech.
It's kind of a quiet start to the week here, Tom. You guys both mentioned a lot of the fireworks potential.
Have I talked about it? Yeah, we've been looking at it all day.
So I think we just sort of
nice big bounce. It's looking good. It's looking like a bottom.
Just sort of
more so than we had
through until we get the
this
next
last
headline.
day.
We've had things in the
or 11.
circled in red ink.
Much more so than that. Much greater volume, much better price action.
Sometimes in some cases they've actually been
it's holding up levels much later into the day. That day it didn't hold levels until like 11 o'clock when it blew up VWAP.
So The Netflix, Tesla.
I'd like to see it hold up.
Certainly be important, I think.
At least 25 cents.
But if I could, I did want to comment on the Alphabet
which
story.
seems like it will at this point for sure, but
I could look at this and I'll just play the other side.
too soon to tell.
This is the best thing that's happened
Holding up 30
Alphabet,
cents would be good also.
in many ways,
But basically,
they're not going to potentially be
one of these levels
monopoly.
between
They can actually take
25,
some of the pressure
27,
off
and
them,
30 cents.
as the
Then we can
monopoly
kind of
by
start
having
looking
this,
at some TA, like inverted head and shoulders,
competitor out there in this
striking some
space,
moving
like,
average
how do
crossovers.
you make money from search?
MACD's been
through
bullish
ads?
on the daily
How
for a
is,
bit.
adding AI to
That
that going to
RSI
help
tick
you?
up's
It's
nice in the
gonna take
daily
away the
too,
revenue
so
stream if you're
it
gonna
looks
have
good.
something curating the best possible results.
Some
So
consolidation, and then
it
maybe
remains unclear to me,
next
how
move
AI
up would
is going
be.
to help the
I think if we
experience,
break
but also still
37,
allow ad dollars to be flowing in,
33.50, and
because
then
you're
kind of
paying for
37 cents. I
visibility.
think
That's
we'll get
the
a
whole
gap fill
model.
to
So
60 cents
if
pretty
AI is
quick.
not going to curate that, why would I pay for visibility if I'm just going to be overrode by the computer? But two, Google's going to figure out AI in some way. So
But
if
yeah, this might
becomes
happen
such a
not till
meaningful
next
experience-
week.
Yeah, they've been working on it for years. They
As
just haven't gotten
options chain
They're
above
a chatbot.
Right.
They
50
have
cents
something that
is
will work in
stacked
and then the
for
last
this Friday.
final point here is,
So even if we do get
my
above
phone
50
suddenly
cents,
becomes preloaded with
they'll definitely
Bing
try and
as
push
the
it back down.
default, and I like Google,
Yeah.
I'll simply switch it back to Google.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would. It just seems like I've used Bing a couple times. It's clunky, but you get used to everything. As far
We
as
literally
that goes.
drew the line right at the high.
When you're
What's
at
up?
90%,
Yeah.
there's really only one way you can go.
20 cents,
Someone's
31
gonna
might be
start
too
to
rich for my
compete
blood.
with you, and
Nice.
the real
I think you're
problem
joking.
might be that it's Microsoft competing. So they're not. This is not a
3,000% on the
short-term,
S&P 500.
low finance business that's coming at you. It's
No,
someone with
I
pretty
don't.
deep
I don't think it's
pockets
any.
that
I'm
is
not speculating
in
on
the business
anybody
of
buying
winning
in it with this.
these battles, not losing them.
Right.
So it's a legitimate, but Google is so far ahead. It's really, I don't see them making a big dent in this, but a dent is a dent. And everything we're talking about, every topic that we're talking about between these two firms, it still comes down to digital ad spend.
Yeah.
Right? That's how all these companies make the money. So you're just trying to get to the end product, which is attracting digital ad spend.
Yeah, and they need that to start picking back up,
Yep.
and that's probably why the stocks underperformed this year. But Alex, if you look at some of the data today, it was
SI
relatively
holding up nicely
positive.
above VWAP
The Empire
there.
State Manufacturing number came in.
FRC now
Big beat
green.
on the upside on that one, broke a string of 4 consecutive months in contraction, and then the housing index
Like that.
was pretty solid, still in contractionary territory. Under
GME,
50.
it literally
But is this
done
kind
so
of
much
the
of
norm
nothing
now,
today.
where we're gonna see these data points, and it's not gonna really have any
LiDAR is
reaction,
moving, huh?
to markets at this point.
When they're these type of data points, I think so, especially when you kind of look at the
You're not
situation
joking?
that we're in. We sort of have a collection of a ton of information, and each piece of information just kind of incrementally
You like BBBY at
either
28 cents, but
towards
31
a
is too
thesis
much?
or potentially detracting
You
from
don't
that
see upside to
thesis
like
right
$1
now.
or like
At least the
$5,
thesis
I
that
guess.
see it is, the economy is potentially going to slow, at least in terms of how fast it's growing. Even doesn't
Or like
necessarily mean it's going
$20.
to be a recession,
There's-
but it's not going to be. It doesn't appear to be accelerating.
I
at this
can
point.
take over.
And I think the data has painted that in terms of prices. They may not be, deflating in prices, but they're decelerating right now in the terms of how fast that they're increasing, and that's positive. It's just going to be a different environment, but it's too early today to know ultimately where this is going. This is going to be a story that develops over the not only just next quarter, but probably the next couple quarters.
Yeah, over 50 cents would be big
The market, I think,
by
is kind of
Friday.
settling in, assessing the info as it comes in, but largely has a picture painted. It's just how many adjustments got to be made to the picture.
Right. What trends start to come, because you can't take these data points and figure out a trend at this point in a weakening economy, which seems to be slowing, but they're not calling for negative numbers as far as GDP anytime soon, Kev. So that's probably a bonus, and the VIX is reflective of the lack of uncertainty in this market right now. It seems to be that investors and traders are pretty comfortable where we're at right now as far as levels go.
VIX was higher even before the market softened here because
Jeez, E-Trade is
there's
laggy
that
this morning.
Friday, Monday thing. But you've got, guys, we have to understand, you've got yields creeping a little higher. You've got the dollar firming. I don't know if it's really spiking higher, but it's drifting higher and it's firming here. Neither of those
Sucks
are good
having
for stocks,
trading
but the
contracts
good
on
news
this thing
is
though, because there's
crude oil's
so
off its highs,
many of them
$1.50 today is it? Yeah, $1.50.
that you
so
get a
crude
lot of
oil
fees.
is the one small thing, but crude oil still over $81. So it's not, it's trading right at $81 now. So that's not great either. All things considered, you know, dollar and yields.
All right, BY is coming
really
down now.
favoring stocks right here.
32.20 was the
Individual
high.
news. The good news is the
VWAP
Russell's up
is
6/10. That's good news, probably because
almost 30 cents.
Banks seem to be
Put an order out
some of this
for some
economy pretty
calls.
well, but
Probably won't
all
get
things
filled
considered,
at all today,
higher
but
dollar, higher
if it does get
yields,
back to this price, I'll take them.
That spells failed rallies to me.
Yeah, and State Street was one of the regional banks that, they're more of an asset manager. They're down about 11%, but then MTB Bank in the regional space actually doing pretty well throughout their conference call. But you know, focused on the rest of the week, Alex, what is sticking out to you that could possibly become a change besides maybe those two big earnings reports from Netflix and Tesla?
I think those are my actually my key focuses. Anything updates. If some headline were to come up on a banking front that is a surprise in the negative fashion, that's going to shake things up. I know I'm not calling for that or anticipating that, but because that was the big story of last month, it's potentially still a little bit of a story now. I think that the Treasury auction, particularly the shorter term ones, have become more
OPEX, I don't have expectations. Maybe,
for a second too, because I think that sometimes we can be lulled by
SLD,
volatility.
T+2 from OPEX, rally could resume.
Crash from high volatility.
Depends on what happens this week.
Right. So sometimes that volatility, it's
but
indicative
coming into
of that
OPEX,
movement,
you don't usually rally into that.
indicative of risk. The risk is oftentimes
usually the market sells off some too, just for SLD,
and you look at the
which it looks like it's going to. We've got that inside bar yesterday.
It's a lot more normal.
We're at this historic
higher volatility,
resistance.
You go, a little bit more normalized with
fundamental or news catalyst would only be
right
really the big one on Thursday.
Like day to day,
the jobless claims.
Okay.
Not a whole lot this week.
What is it going to look like 6 months from now? How much can things change? Might be okay, but you can see the risks out there as to how things
14 is a great exit.
More dire.
Yeah, and I think the focus,
well done. Yeah, 14, nice. It went above. Went above my, just barely. So I just line at 17.79. I'm surprised they let it even get that high and they didn't get front run too much.
But no solid.
I figured some front running might go on and you might not actually get to that price, but we have that 17.79 as resistance and
economic data at the end of last week in terms
probably couldn't have gotten an exit there, but
so no real
one of these candles around here you maybe could have. I don't know how many halts were in there. No, it actually traded there. Wow.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the financials are.
Yeah, on the 1 minute you can see it does basically right at the high. So support and resistance. I mean, they don't lie.
Last month, but there seemed to be at least the big banks have navigated it pretty well.
So we drew that one just because back here was that was support.
Corporate results
went
goes over the next several weeks.
17.55.
Right,
I put it up.
Quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at one of those big banks, and that's Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, that played out and ended up being the new resistance.
Ahead of tomorrow's open. Fast market's coming right back.
But 14 is a good exit too. Yeah, that's nice. All good. I mean, to exit on something that illiquid and that sketchy, like, awesome. Especially if you were down and you're up. Be grateful and say your prayers tonight on your knees, because that doesn't happen often. GME, I love it. It sucks selling premium on GME now. Not only is it low premium, it just doesn't even move. It's already so low. It's like it's not even decaying. Time to buy. Got all my focus back. All right. Well, probably scale. Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for your likes, guys. 59 likes. Well done. Well done. Exciting morning here on BBY. Happy Money Monday. What can I say? It just woke up on the right day. Happy Money Monday. So good volume, good price action. It's not engulfing because the body on the candle's not lower, but doesn't have to be. Don't FOMO in, don't get too excited. Still, all the rules apply. Scaling in, being patient, and you're starting to see that now. During this rip, it was exciting, like, oh, it's gonna sell off, and it kind of kept ripping. It's like, oh, this is new. It's still flagging midday, volume sticking up, hanging out, and then up here you start to get the FOMO. Breaking out through all these resistances, volume gets even higher. So that's when you just have to be patient. That green and bearish retracement up. Imagine waiting on GME. SMX is green. Sai hanging out up there. That is neat. I could see it. The bath coming down here. See what happens at VWAP. I do have an order for more calls again. Probably not going to get filled. A little bit salty still about this morning, but oh well. I think it was... How big of a position was that? Let me see. 8,000 shares, so not that big. Green candle there. GFAI holding up nice. GFAI, man. It's me? You talking to me? I don't have a position on GME. I closed out. So yeah, realized big losses last year on it. Realized big losses this year on it. Once the VWAP, or once the IV got below 80%, it was in the 70%, and it seemed like it's been fixed since around the split maybe. And I saw that the options were so cheap, I'm like, I'm gonna sell my shares and just put it into options. So yeah, realized a huge loss, so ready to make some money back. Hold the line. We'll see. It did bounce there on 30 cents, didn't it? That like right on 30? It did. 30 cent support would be quite high, quite bullish. All LBY gods. Process looks pretty nice. Does one also have a BBBY catalyst? Probably. Yeah, I think this is one of them. DSA. Sure. That bath still holding the 30 cents. Still holding it.
And you got an example trade for us.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to have elevated implied volatility for the short term just because of the
You're
fact
not
that there
worthy.
is an earnings cycle. So you'll see this week's expiration, which is the April monthlies, is actually a 42% implied volatility. And then it normalizes out to like 27 or so percent if you went out a little bit further in time. So there is a premium associated with this move. And that's reflected by about the 3-ish%
Food company in
market
Appalachia
move that we're anticipating for this event. That being said, I want to talk about how you can trade things.
That's bounced at a nice support. This actually looks really nice, this chart.
Bullish. Sometimes I think one of the potential mistakes that a newer trader or investor has is they think very binarily. It's all in, it's all out, and quite frankly, that just doesn't have to be the case. You can trade small.
This one looks
you
nice.
Can trade
Is there any
neutral,
catalyst?
and options allow you to do both. And so that's what I looked at here. Was a neutral strategy. At the time, I actually did leave this a little bit to the upside. The stock was trading about 337 or so. It's closer to our strikes now at this point. But I looked at selling the 340 straddle. That was the first part of this trade. Collect premium, look for sort of an unchanged move. And because it's a straddle and not a strangle,
Nvidia's starting to come
the
down.
more unchanged it is, the better this potentially could be. But I didn't want the undefined risk of a short call, and I didn't want the intense capital allocation of being that cash secured put on a $340 stock. So I bought $20 wide options in terms of wings. That's going to define the risk, but most importantly, that's really going to free up a lot of capital here and change the risk profile tremendously. And so if we're able to do this for about an $11 credit, which is around where it was earlier, it's going to basically be $1,100 in max profit on $900 in risk. But the 1,100, I wouldn't think that that's the likeliest of outcomes. It's going to be, you're looking for underperformance of expectation. You're looking for sort of a non-event, if you will, around earnings. You're looking for nothing to be surprising about this report, and it just to be a sort of nothing response.
Like where that thing
would be
bounced,
the best
GTI
case scenario because you start to see some of that
still up
elevated
nicely.
implied volatility likely dissipate and normalize. And because of that, you'll see these options actually go down in price, and that's what this strategy benefits from.
Yeah, let's break this down. Short-term 4-day trade here into expiration this Friday, April 21st monthly cycle. You're selling, as Alex mentioned, the 340 strike straddle. So you're selling a call and you're selling a put there. Then you're buying the wings, buying the 320 put and buying the 360 call. So you have that $20 width between the short strike there. You can see the apex of profitability right at or near that 340 strike. If you collect roughly about $11, it might be a dime lower right now. But if you collect $11, $900 in risk outside of those strikes on the downside, 320 and 360 on the upside. Option market's pricing in about a plus or minus $10.50 move in there. So those break evens you see 329, 351 right there. Kev, your thoughts on this? Because as Alex mentioned, you know, they've got earnings tomorrow. This stock can move, go up $20, and then maybe come down because you've got 4 days. But this short iron condor or short iron butterfly is set up for a neutral move.
Let's explain to our viewers the theory behind this, and because Alex's theory is legitimate, which is they're not the first bank or financial to come out with earnings.
I didn't miss out on a whole lot this morning. Like I said, it was a small position.
It's already moved from 320
would have been
to 340.
$600 or so if I timed the top somewhere around here.
Already in this sector, and this will just meet expectations and.
It sucks though because I had the right idea and it just
then this is a trade that would take advantage of that.
I even tried to do it.
If it moves big,
that's the part that
then
sucks
this
the most.
trade isn't right. But if it's already made its move and it'll just consolidate around this level after the earnings event, then this is a trade that can do extremely well. You need almost no to zero movement, and you've got 4 more trading days to have that happen. But if it stays in this range tomorrow, this will condense. Tom.
Yeah. Implied volatility historically falls post earnings after that event risk is gone.
16 Vega.
Yeah, short 16 Vega, and then also you've got time decay, positive time decay. Alex?
The last thing I would say too is it can move. It just it needs to move less than the market's pricing. So the market's pricing $11, for example, and it moves 5. It's likely that this will actually be a trade that shows open profit and loss, even though it did move $5. It's not at 340, so it doesn't need to be perfect.
Aftermarket.
It just needs to be a less of a
without
move
news.
Pricing.
That's right.
And this type of trade, as far as management goes, if it does, open
probably
up,
not
down or up $2 or $3, and this thing
probably
contracts
not today.
by maybe $3 or $4 the day after. Is that
that's
when you start?
Run.
Yeah,
I do think it's finding a bottom, but
this if the market's open, liquidity is provided.
345 or 345.
I'm gonna have exposure.
Moment, you're a big winner here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get
most likely
exposure for
because,
overnight
of the time decay factor
Yes,
and
it
implied
does.
volatility falling. But a good look at a neutral strategy here going into earnings, taking advantage of that heightened implied
because there's always a
volatility where you collect
potential
more
for news
option
after
premium.
hours. So
all right, thanks to Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on the network, for helping us break down markets, and Goldman Sachs. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for a discussion on American Express, which has risen about 10% so far this year into Thursday's earnings report. Stick around, coming right back.
earnings report hasn't come out, And it wasn't delayed either. Neither. They haven't announced when their earnings will be. But that does remind me that last earnings it had a 2-day rally into it. But I think they have to have, how many days can they have before they, from when they announce it to when they have it, release it? Can it be like, I think you can be like it. I think we've seen GME do it like a week later after they announced it. Supposed to come out the 11th? No, they never announced when it was coming out. They have not released an earnings date yet. What dates you've seen have been speculated, estimated earnings dates. Brokerages, Yahoo Finance, everyone does that. They say, here's earnings date for BBY, and then there's a little asterisk that says estimated. But heck, I don't think they've had one announced yet. Maybe they did announce. E-Trade says it's going to be the 19th. I don't know yet though, I haven't seen. Let me see if they've changed from estimated to real.
I forgot to do my TikTok thing. I forgot.
See here, like, you look up earnings date, even NASDAQ. Earnings announcement BBY April 19th. Asterisk, gotta read. Estimated report in 419. Estimated, they don't know yet. I don't know if that one will be updated. E-Trade has it for the 19th also, so I'm guessing that's probably just an estimated one. I don't know. Falls on Amex. Have they announced their earnings date yet? I don't think we've seen a filing. I would have probably heard about it. Maybe that's what they'll announce after hours. People are hyping a filing, probably an earnings announcement. Why have they forsaken us? Not in a hurry. Yeah, we might be getting a little pre-earnings run-up. Dude, that could be kind of part of the bottom forming. There's definitely a possibility for it, John, after it's lost majority of its market cap in 3 months. Always an opportunity there. Indoor AI robotic farm. Really doesn't matter what it is, as long as they have AI in the description. Oh, this is the one. Oh, it's one about food? My gosh, why does it say it's about food? Indoor farms with robots. Okay. I thought we finally found a stock that was ripping that wasn't something to do with AI. Not bad. We've got the hedgies on the run. BY's up 30%. They're scared. You bought it in March? Do you have a filing for that? There's a bounce on Bed Bath. Respecting that 30 cents still. AR frog stock. But of course. Thank you, Fire Marshal. Where were you trying to snipe that time? Appreciate your gifted sub, Ace. legend among mere mortals. You think Papa
The
Ace?
ego on you.
Papa Ace Matthew Spalding. Such a lurker name. Ah, we suck again. Who are you going for? There's a rumor live at 30 cents. So this shows you the option pricing on Bed Bath. So implied move is 44% on BBY. That's just giving you an example of how high the IV actually is. Out of control. Even last earnings where the IV was also extremely high, it's more than double that for this one. So expect some earnings crush or IV crush, even though we haven't really seen that at all in it. The move last earnings beat because I think that's because just a huge drop it had before. I don't think it really had anything to do with the earnings. The big drops on bankruptcy and then had earnings, and then that's when it started that little first pump. Yeah, the calls I'm looking to have 400% IV, so it's silly. I don't even know why I'm looking at these anymore. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do shares. It's just slightly easier to get 50% on the calls than it is the stock. That's how crazy the IV is.
The ego on you.
Another one. Mr. Invest has become a member. Thanks, Papa Ace. Wow, I got 3 of them in here. Thank you, sir. Barnstormer.
The ego on you.
You can come thank Mr. Ace Ventura. You too, Mr. Invest. Listening for the BBBY hype. If it breaks 30 cents, I'll go to 10 for sure. Within a minute. That's the thing, Jim. That's why it makes sense to wait till after the peak to sell. But hard to do that. But instead of trying to time it perfect, that's where the scale, scale some when it's exciting. Scale some when it's slowing down, and scale more once you know the peak's over. Scale the rest. But I mean, I say this, and I don't do it either. I just know what I should do, so I tell you guys too. I try to do it. I'll never get. Trying to get it's me? Yeah, right, dude. Good luck. I consider it here at 30 cents. Buying it, Damien. I'm not. I'm being patient, I guess. It's not a huge difference from 30 cents and 32 cents where it just was, so percentage-wise it's not huge. But if we do drop down to a lower support, that's that's a little bigger. But it's showing very strong support at 30 cents, so yeah, I probably should get it. Which just sucks that I got out of it this morning. But it was a small position, so whatever. Get him sooner or later. Thanks, Ace. $30.69. Couldn't take it. Couldn't take the patience. Yeah, I mean, you could start scaling in if you. That's probably what I should do. I was getting calls, but that IV crush is going to be immense. It seems like earnings will be within the next at least a week or two at the latest. So, yeah, start picking up shares, I suppose. All right, I'm gonna start scaling into some shares. You're not gonna hear it 'cause it's on E-Trade, but I'll do like 1,000 shares at a time and just do a little bit. Just got some. There we go.
$8.43, and if you look at that, you're looking for a move right in line with the expected move that the earnings move is saying, the market maker move on the Thinkorswim platform. So that's trading, like I said, between 90 and 95 cents, Tom.
Yeah, plus or minus $6 with the option markets pricing in at this point either way. Let's break down this example trade here. Buying out in the April 28th weekly cycle, buying the 167.5 strike call and the 155 put, selling in the near term April 21st monthly options that expire in 4 days. Those same strikes, the 167.5 strike call, 155 put, paying roughly about 80 to 95 cents on this. We've got 95 up here. It has come in a little bit, but you see there where it apexes out at or near the 155 strike or at or near the 167.5, but you don't have to be perfect on those because you've got break evens close to maybe 150 on the downside, maybe 173, 174 on the upside, maybe even a little bit farther
Bitcoin
in there.
turnaround.
You do have some assignment risk on those short options going into expiration this
Hey,
Friday.
Ryan.
Also,
PRST's
but
AI.
a good look at that.
Even the
divergence
non-AI
you
tickers
mentioned
are
kind of
AI.
between the aggregate implied volatilities that you're buying in the April 28th weekly series, as opposed to what you're selling.
It just makes the calendars
Okay.
look a little more affordable.
Yeah,
Doesn't
WNT is
mean
holding
you'll
that
be
view up
right,
really nice.
But at least you're swinging at strikes. You're selling the higher, buying the lower implied vol.
Now, Kev, when you look at a trade like
Must
this,
maintain
this takes
buy
advantage of a
discipline.
move either way, right? So you don't really have to pick a
That's
direction.
nice of you,
but
Fire Marshal.
You can always
You could
pick
do one or the other.
one or the other, right?
It looks like the 155 put calendar's trading about 39.40 cents. Looks like the 167.5 call calendar's trading about 42, 43 cents. You can do one or the other if you're bullish or bearish, or if you want to trade but you have no real opinion, you could do both.
Yeah, I think that's a good lesson out there because maybe somebody has an assumption that, hey, I think maybe this will rise after earnings, or maybe it'll fall.
Right. Then do one or the other.
Yep. Oh, all right. Good look at that double calendar position there in American Express ahead of those earnings on Thursday. And remember, they've got earnings on Thursday morning. Maybe you don't have to do anything
up a little
until
bit.
Wednesday afternoon if the stock moves in between now and then. All right, coming up after the break, Kev, we're going to take a look at Bank of America, which is
there's
about
gap
9%
fills.
so far this year. And
Some gap fills to the upside, Ryan.
Tomorrow morning. Fast
AI
Markets
music
coming right
videos.
back.
I've got an order at 30 cents. A bigger order, just because. It worked out perfectly though. And that little miss I had on this morning at BY sucked, but it worked out perfectly that Nat Gas rallied and had a big enough rally today that I could actually be profitable and get out of that position. Have buying power to buy Bed Bath. Now that is nice. That said, I still might want to get some contracts on Nat Gas upside. It's about to get heavy. You're really hyping something up, Austin. APPH. I'm HAPPY. HAPPY. Is that what song? Oh no, I would at least wait for a VWAP. But it might not make it. Could consolidate up here. I don't know, man. All these AI ones are just. This was the move up, it looks like, with the stock ticker AI, kind of the first AI rip hype day. Or hype rally. Buying something once it's up 25%, it's like if you're not planning on selling within a few minutes, scalping it, you're gonna swing trade it. It's like, A couple of you guys are talking about Cohen's stake in Nordstrom's. He had one from a while ago. Oh, it's in the retrace on APPH. Oh yeah, if you want to trade on that, then go for it. T plus whatever, someone knows something we don't. Yeah, it was T plus 15 from the swaps, or from the bond expiration or something. I don't know. You guys were telling me that this morning. Nordstrom's is at a nice spot. If you wanted exposure to that, I might get some actually. The chart's at a nice bullish. I'm down. Enough of you guys are talking about it too. Sucks to get it on a day when it's up 3.5, but what's nice about Nordstrom's, I think the IV is pretty low on these contracts, so if you did get some volatile event, like Ryan Cohen doing something crazy with it. Market cap's $2 billion though. This isn't like a cheap company. Potentially that rally this morning was from it, but I don't know. That's not much of a move for RC. The chart looks bullish, so I'm down to take a little risk. I'm gonna save these calls for tomorrow. Put a low price on it because we might come back down tomorrow some. I actually don't have a lot of day trade buying power on this account, so BBBY, little pop-ups here. SI moved back down to VWAP. Wonder if I should sell this before earnings. About to get heavy in here. Ah. Yeah, it's respecting that 30 cents. Pretty legit. I'm picking up some more Bed Bath. %30 higher than when I sold today, but momentum. Momentum. It's all about the momentum. It's starting to pop a little bit.
He also really voiced some confidence in Brian Moynihan, the CEO.
See what happens back at that
This is a
32.20 if we
massive bank.
blow
Remember,
through it or
the
just a double
entirety
top.
of Merrill Lynch is within the walls of Bank of America. That shows you how big this bank is. And there are headwinds. Are they temporary? Are they permanent? Is there, both J.P. Morgan and Wells Fargo both warned of light recessions. That's an issue.
Shot in Nordstrom behind you, go to the moon.
At a 9.4 PE, George, these
stocks about to rally?
Already rallied
I don't know.
off some of the
like
lows
just during the day, like intraday.
The banking issues
volume
seem to be
and
dissipating,
price action.
George, but has it gone?
If
It's
you're not
still
looking at any kind of
significantly
TA
off where it was
necessarily.
before SVB started.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, if you look year to date, I think it's still down about 10% or so. It's still down relative to where it was last month, as it should be, because we're still seeing some constraints in the financial sector as a whole. I just think at the end of the day that there's a compelling reason to move, if you want to be invested in banks, to move into the areas of these larger money center banks. The Federal Reserve, Treasury is going to support deposit movement. If at the end of the day it ends up happening, I think at the end of the day we're going to see more banks, the smaller ones, move into receivership. That's not all bad as long as, like I said, the banking sector remains intact. And I also think that if you look at the money center banks, especially those that have a large loan portfolio, like Wells Fargo, for instance, I'm going to put that in the same camp as Bank of America, that actually might be a good thing here versus some of the other banks that aren't necessarily lenders. What do they end up doing? They moved a lot of their unconstrained liquid assets into bonds and mortgage-backed securities, and that's where it's coming back to bite them, especially those institutions or banks that didn't, of course, hedge their interest rate risk. And I think that's something you have to keep in mind as well.
Through view up there.
I think when it comes to a loan portfolio, there's going to be some capital allocations. In other words, loan loss provisions that the bank will report they're going to have to sequester to keep up just in case there's some defaults on their loan book. But at the end of the day, I think you have to look at the market. There's obviously a divergence happening between the stronger banks versus the weaker banks, and I'm going to put Bank of America in the strong camp.
Yeah, if they report anything like J.P. Morgan did as far as inflows, and that net interest grew a lot more than they expected, but maybe that's why you're seeing that 2% move today. All right, thanks to George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here, breaking down.
All right, guys.
Thanks, George. Breaking down Bank of America. I guess that would be my question, Kevin, real quick. Is it more like Citigroup? Citigroup rallied on Friday. Wells Fargo's up over 3% today, even though they were flat on Friday. But J.P. Morgan rallied 7% on Friday after their earnings.
This is turning out to be, when the post-mortem is finally written, it'll be a small bank problem, not a large bank problem. And so that really favors these banks recovering. Some of them already have. Bank of America's already significantly off its lows, as you can see, but it's not to where it was. It's still cheap. Like I said, 9.4 PE, Tom, and that's with today's rally.
Yeah, so we looked at a strategy in here, Kev, and it's a little different than we typically look at. It's a custom, two-legged spread, but it's a ratio spread. So there's not a lot of option premium. This is a $30 stock in the banking area. So I looked at the June cycle. So it's not an earnings play either. It's more of a duration trade on this. And I looked at a ratio spread where, for this example, I'll look at buying 2 of the June 28 strike calls, a couple dollars in the money, and then to offset some of the costs on it, sell 1 of the 31 strike calls. So you're buying 2 options that are deep in the money that react more like the stock, higher delta, then selling 1 slightly out of the money 31 strike call. You're paying roughly, we've got about $4.55 debit for that. It's probably 10 or 20 cents above that right now in the current market. But if you pay $4.55 for this, Kevin, where it was trading earlier, break even at or near that $30.25.
That's a good point.
Everything above that is profitability because you've got that free call, not free, but that extra call on this one, where if you're offset by the 31 strike call that you only sold 1 of, you still have the extra call in there that gives you upside on this over the next 60 days.
Yeah, you've spent $4 and whatever, between 50 and it's up near 475 now, but you got 102 deltas.
Yeah.
So you've got more than 100 shares of stock in this exposure, but it's still via calls. It's got that upside unlimited exposure. and what, one is a call vertical, then you've got an extra call, Tom. And so you see what the chart does. It goes to infinity and beyond, Tom.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the key, Kev, when you look at a strategy like this. And for the example, I made it a June one, so you've got a couple months. So, yeah, maybe the stock doesn't go up right away post-earnings, but maybe it starts grinding higher. You'll hear some comments from the CEO and their outlook and guidance moving forward, which can affect the price of the stock. But when you look at a strategy like this, do you typically go out further in duration because you want to give it time, too, to continue to move higher if that's your assumption, right?
If you're selling options, you want as short a time period as possible. If you're buying them or long them, you want as long as possible, right? You want to give it as much time as possible for the position to work.
Yeah, and this is a ratio spread, so you've got, buying 2, selling 1, so that's a good look at that. Kev, real quick here before we sign off here, your outlook for the markets for the rest of the day, it seems like we're just kind of waiting, in anticipation.
Netflix and Tesla, it's that week. They're the high-profile names.
Yeah, this thing's held up really well.
And then any other headline risk that's out there.
Yeah, housing data, as you mentioned, those are
pretty steep uptrend.
Housing starts and permits
we
tomorrow
do have
morning. That'll be one to watch also. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today here on Fast Market.
Forming.
But stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing's coming up right after this.
OEV at 12. I'm just looking around here at the other accounts, seeing what I need to do. SI's S, dang it. I just hang out with VWAP there. SMX down a little bit. Yeah, I'm liking this one still. Buckle up and raise that Billy. Which stock are you talking about? He's talking about Bed Bath? I hope he's not saying that now and we're at 30 cents a share. Sure is, Jim. Oh, drop from 80 cents. Yeah, no, not even any green candles except for this one day on 411. Not today. Yeah, I went from 80 cents to 30 cents in a hurry. For the 80 cents to like 24 cents. 70% value drop in 10 trading days. And that's after it's already made another, whatever, 70% value drop in a month and a half almost. BBY getting a little squeezy again. A little poppy here. It doesn't seem like it wants to drop below 30 cents. Gonna continue to buy it. Sucks buying it when it's up so much, but saving some for pickups later this week too. Doesn't drop. Yeah, that's true. They've 4x the float. Very valid, my next pair. Jenny.
Fun, but up vote, down vote, not endorsements, not
Now it can
recommendations.
rally.
Some really heavy hitters here today.
Got Jenny on our
Particularly
side.
this first one leading off for us. We got Alphabet. Alphabet in the headlines. A little bit of some Google stories from what I understood.
Yeah, from what I understand, Samsung is now considering replacing Google with Microsoft's Bing as the default search engine for its devices. So per Bloomberg, the switch could potentially risk an estimated $3 billion in annual revenue for Alphabet. So pretty major. No surprise we are seeing shares lower in reaction to this news. Now, a similar contract actually with Apple will be up for renewal this year. It's also tied to an estimated $20 billion. So this does then heat up that competition that's been ongoing between Microsoft and Alphabet for quite some time, because considering the fact that per the IDC data, Samsung did ship about 260 million smartphones in 2022. They were all using Google's Android software. So after learning that Samsung was considering then replacing Google, we have seen Google reports that Google was panicking. Google has been playing somewhat second fiddle to Microsoft this year in the AI arms race, being that they were behind in terms of the chatbot technology.
Moving up here a little
they
bit.
are unveiling their Bear technology, but that comes second to then naturally ChatGPT and that investment Microsoft has in OpenAI. So it has been somewhat, I feel like, the two competing with each other. It doesn't seem like Alphabet is able to catch up to Microsoft yet, but this would definitely not be helping that narrative, Alex.
Yeah, and I think that the why this is bad news explanation is pretty straightforward, right, Jenny? Okay, you dominate a space. One of the biggest companies in the world, it's actually one of the few companies bigger than you, has decided to take aim at your marketplace and has some technology that right now you don't necessarily have and is looking to disrupt what you do. That's pretty clear. But I think the maybe less clear is how this is actually going to work in practice. You know, I guess my first thought is if you preloaded my phone telling me to use Bing, and I don't like Bing, I'll just simply switch it on my own to Google. I guess a lot of people maybe don't take that extra step would be the thought. But then how AI actually impacts this space to me is still unclear as well, because from my understanding, Jenny, one of the ways they make money through search is you, a company, pay me, the search engine, for me to boost your results. That's the whole point of the ad dollars. And so if AI is now going to curate these search results, why would I pay if it's not going to do anything? And so it's still going to have that situation where ad dollars have to matter.
Nice
otherwise, you're not going to get any ad dollars. So we'll see how this all plays out. To me, this sounds a lot more like panic that is maybe wanting to be read about as opposed to real panic. So we'll ultimately see where it goes. I'm going to say upvote for Alphabet, though, because I do think that it's an interesting chart, and Ben's going to have some insights for us.
Yeah, and outside of today, I've seen some still strong performance year to date. I guess so has Microsoft. And so actually, we're seeing some nice performance today from Okta, which we did see UBS start coverage on shares with a buy rating and a $100 price target, which does imply about $23 of upside from where we're currently trading. We also saw today Oppenheimer start coverage with a buy rating and raising its price target to $110 a share from 95. So Okta does have a pretty strong rating among analysts, about an outperform on average, with price targets ranging then from $64 a share all the way to $120. So this price target today from UBS does then put it at the higher end of the range. They do say that this name is positioned to benefit from continued identity tailwinds, offering really a compelling mix of growth and improving profitability that is not currently being priced into the shares. So Okta getting a nice lift today in reaction, up just shy of 4%. A name that's up about 12% so far this year, although when you look at the longer term picture, it's down almost 50% over the last 12 months.
Yeah, comeback has to start somewhere, I guess, Jenny, but it's got a long ways to go. Clearly, the stock at one point was almost $300 a share, and is still, even with its sort of attempt to claw its way back, still below $80. So it puts in perspective, still got about 5x to get back to where it just was before, 4x rather, to get back to where it was. So pretty long road ahead if it ever is going to eclipse a new all-time high, but start somewhere. Going to say down vote though today. I think it's an interesting note from UBS on this particular name, but we'll see where it goes from here. A lot of these names will have earnings here in the next few weeks, so we'll see what the company has to say. Down vote though, next one here on the list is Meta, and so Meta, it's been clear, the stock's been roaring higher, right? And everyone's excited. We actually got some sentiment not so excited for the first time. It feels like, I don't know, 6 months. I
know, it feels like this is the first time we're actually talking about some analyst coverage that is less than positive, although I do think it's important to read the entire note because it wasn't necessarily bearish by any means. Now, New Street did downgrade Meta shares to neutral from buy with an unchanged price target of $220. The analyst does now see better opportunities for upside elsewhere in their coverage after Meta's outperformance relative to the group. They noted that this company's year of efficiency re-rating is likely complete, and while incremental cost cuts could help boost their estimates, they are unlikely to impact the multiple materially. They also said that despite Meta's incremental focus on costs, they think the company's mid to long-term margin outlook lacks visibility from here. So to speak to that outperformance, shares are up over 80% since the start of 2023, only down now about 2.5% off their 52-week high, and up almost 150% from their yearly low. So we have seen this name be so resilient, such a strong player, although I do think this puts Meta in an interesting position ahead of its earnings, which are expected next Wednesday after the closing bell when we get a slew of these big tech earnings, Alex. So I do think that makes this name, I'd say, a little bit worrisome, or I would be more risk cautious going into Meta, just given the strength we've seen throughout this last quarter.
Yeah, well, first off, I think that the sentiment stated by this analyst makes a lot of sense. This stock just went 150% off its lows. At some point, some of this optimism's priced in, and that's okay. It doesn't mean the stock's going to go lower to the point of the analyst, but I think this is going to be a really important quarter earnings-wise for the company because they've talked a lot about what they're doing, Jenny. They've said they're doing a lot of this stuff in cost cutting, and certainly we've read about layoffs, but in the end, it's going to come down to what did you actually do? How did you actually spend money? Because remember, going back to whenever it was, November, December, the disappointment was because they were spending all that money on the metaverse, and it just seemed kind of tone deaf to what the market was calling for when just general business was not in as strong a shape. And so for them just to be spending all that free cash flow they had on things like the metaverse that investors still haven't quite put their hands on, quite frankly, you can't. That's the idea of it. We'll see if that's actually that shift has actually taken place. So it'll be an important quarter. It could be a meaningful quarter in terms of this one continues higher, or if it does turn back to the downside. But I'm going to say down boat. We're really close to that event, and because it seems like so much is riding on it, I'm sure it's one that we'll come back to.
I'm sure we'll revisit Meta at least once more this week, as it is a name that has been a frequent flyer on our show. But our last name today is Uber. Now, seeing some upside today in Uber after Jefferies did name it a top pick with a buy rating and a price target of $49 a share, which is up from $47, and implies nearly 56% upside from its closing price on Friday. And the analysts do estimate that Uber's core rideshare and restaurant delivery business each operate in a $1 trillion addressable market, which implies about 5% penetration and a long runway for growth, they said. They also believe that Uber's dominant scale and network effect supports greater reinvestment into customer experience and adoption, which should spur some stickiness and grow market share then over time. The analyst said that Uber's U.S. restaurant delivery segment was the company's largest contributor to its earnings growth from 2019 through 2022, which makes perfect sense given the timing of the pandemic over that period. But they do expect some continuation of a really impressive EBITDA from here, as well as improved profitability in the long term. And they estimate that now its subscription model, which is Uber One, will see numbers more than double by year 2025. So really optimistic note from Jefferies on Uber today, a name that has outperformed Lyft quite sizably on the year, up almost 30%, and now up about 15% from its yearly, or excuse me, down 15% from its yearly high, but still up 60% from its yearly low. So Uber's been another name that's quietly been more resilient than perhaps its nature of last year, we'll say, because it's been consistently a point of strength, Alex.
Yeah, this has been an interesting one to watch over the years. It's obviously not taken on and lived up to the hype that it first came onto the market with, but service that we use, so many of us use on a daily basis, that it's an important company. Just how can they actually turn that into dollars and cents for shareholders? And we've heard about it, we keep hearing about it, we want to see it. Jefferies optimistic though, and because they're using that top pick designation, I'm going to say upvote. I mean, this is a really, really strong call from the company. We'll see if Uber can deliver on what they say that they can.
And Uber actually outperforming our other upvote, that being Alphabet on the year. So excited to dive more into these charts. We'll be looking at some technicals as well as some example trades in both Alphabet as well as Uber coming up next. Stick around.
By dilution to 600 million. Hopefully when it's higher share price. Hey, AC. I think Uber, Lyft are dead. Peloton's not dead. They just have to have the right price. My opinion. Some of the outstanding float shares are held in reserves. But that's true. Maybe it could be. They terminated the agreement, but that doesn't mean the warrants that they already hold, they couldn't convert. Not sure how that works. They keep going up. Depends on your time frame. But yeah, I do like it. I like it to the upside. Today it does look like a bottom is formed. I can't even get PTSD on here. See if 30 cents holds. If not that, 27 range, 27 to 25. 5 or yeah, VWAP from earlier. So that was a reaction to the bond auction, I think. The 3-month bill yielded the most at auction since 2001. So we got that right at 11:30. So the market kind of started to sell off. Crypto stocks extend losses. Bitcoin's below 30,000. Riot Platform's down 8.6%. Marathon Digital drops 7.2%. Coinbase slides 6.6%. All the crypto ones are taking a breather. OEB up 13.4%. Still on the move up. Looky, looky, looky. SMX almost 1% up. You can do it. Let's do another 30%. Do it, do it, do it. Apple launches Apple Cards savings account with 4.15% interest rate in partnership with Goldman Sachs. That ain't bad. Federal Iraq KRG inch closer to deal to resume northern oil exports. Jeremy Grantham has said that the S&P 500 could tank by up to 50% as the everything bubble bursts. U.S. State Department is preparing to formally notify Congress on the sale of a modernization package to Turkey for its existing F-16 aircraft. Twitter says starting soon, we'll add publicity or publicly visible labels to tweets identified as potentially violating our policy. First Citizens Bank, the buyer of Silicon Valley Bank assets, is run by a billionaire North Carolina family that bought over 20 failed banks since 2008. Heard that before. Spies moving back up to VWAP. Apple and Goldman offer U.S. savings account with 4.15% annual interest. That one also. Sorry, I'm distracted by this little SPY move. Bed Bath's still holding that level too. Pretty good. Five-year credit default swaps on U.S. government debt are at their highest price since 2012. Another 22.5 to go. GRT. What is this? GRT. I don't even have that. I don't know what that is. They're always bright rays on sunshine. $5,000%, baby. Whoa! I mean, Ace is at 30 cents now. Could drop that cost basis. $4 is 1,100%. 5,000. You're going to be pretty profitable. That's up in the double digits. Okay, I got paid for my job. Power hour is starting early. You're starting the power hour.
Ran out of momentum.
You're starting it.
Moves, and that was
You started like 2 hours ago, I think. We got it in chat.
Looked at selling a call vertical above the market.
I'll
we have
10
earnings
times.
In a short term, but
Now I'll start buying the
we're on
momentum
May
to the
on this
upside.
one, so I wouldn't think of this one as an earnings trade
About
necessarily,
the falling
but
knife.
rather a trade that
I'll buy the
captures
rising
earnings,
rocket.
within it. And so selling a call vertical above the market, the 110, 115, if we're able to do this for a $1.25 credit, the break even in that case would be 111.25. It's a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio because we're collecting 1/4 the width of the strikes, 25% in this case, $5 wide, collecting $1.25. You can make $125 if these options expire worthless. That's most likely to occur if these options are out of the money. When are they out of the money? When the stock is below 110 at any point. And of course, they expire at expiration. So they're below 110 at expiration. They're likely to expire worthless. You'd keep that credit. In the event that they are tested and ultimately breach to the upside, it is risk defined. They're entirely in the money above 115 at expiration. They would simply offset through a
hour somewhere.
exercise. In that case, $375 in maximum risk potential. So you know the max loss going in, you know the max profit going in. It's a premium selling strategy. The stock's closer to 105 right now. So Jenny, while it's neutral to bearish, there's actually about $5 in cushion here where this stock could actually grind a little bit higher and it could still be out of the money. And while it's a bearish strategy, it could still be at max profit even if the stock is higher than it is today.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good takeaway. Not necessarily a pure play on earnings like you mentioned. So we do have some duration here to sort of ease out instead of just, being a pure earnings mover. But now our next name today is Uber here, Ben. And Uber's up about 1 3/10%. But more impressive than that is its year-to-date chart up almost 30% now so far in 2023.
Absolutely, Jenny. Structurally, though, on the daily time frame in a very similar pattern in terms of that longer-term trend, testing a key area of resistance right now. And then in a different situation than what we were talking about in terms of our look at our last chart, you could see that we're actually trending lower on the hourly in this one in terms of a bit of a difference from Google and Uber. So Google, we were talking about longer-term trend to the downside, short-term trend to the upside, how Google hadn't really broken down yet. Well, shares of Uber already have. Look at this, from 38 in the beginning of February,
I'm HAPPY.
Bottomed out around this $30 level, but here you can see the two areas of consolidation that formed on the way down that my eye was drawn to. I've got 35, 31. It's not really as well defined as I like it to be. I like to see that really well defined sideways consolidation, vertical separation, and then that horizontal development again play out. So in this instance, you kind of have to just take a step back and use that fat crayon. It's tough to use a fine-tooth comb with this one and really kind of pinpoint these areas, but you can see again 31's the area that we're forming right now. Breakdown below that opens up the door for a retest of 30. Take that out and, well, it's off to the races potentially to the downside again. Speaking of to the downside, I mentioned that longer term trend.
Has to do with your risk tolerance, risk management. I mean, there's a nice historical support down here that it bounced off of. We know why it's rallying though, just that AI hype. And we know why it rallied back here was also because that AI hype. So before all that, it was in just a big downtrend.
We're going all the way back to
2021. Share offering definitely
shares of Uber are trading up around 65, and then
on the table.
Just went ahead and identified a few of the areas of consolidation.
This one hasn't run much yet as far as AI on this rally.
And again, a similar situation where this isn't really seeing that horizontal separation with really well-defined vertical. It's more overlapping kind of separation here, right? Or
BY broke through 30 cents,
and again,
down to
trading and balancing around 27. So on the daily, we've already rolled over here after testing key resistance, which is kind of what the bears are waiting for Google to do. If the energy to the downside continues through 27, opens up the door for a retest again at this lower extreme around that $17, $18, $20 level. So lots to keep an eye on. Trend lower on the more intermediate, trend lower on the daily.
Depends on how long this merry-go-round on AI goes.
50 to 200, it's kind of pinched right in between, and you can see how RSI.
I mean, any stock has risk of dilution, but a stock that's
below the 50, below the 200,
been doing awful and then has a pump for some reason.
They talk about the giveth and the taketh. This is a name
there's a risk for that, especially with a big move that's not from fundamentals.
But relatively speaking, I like to see the fact that shares are at least up on the year. But we will leave it there. Appreciate all the technicals. Ben Lichtenstein, our host.
Lichtenstein. There we go. There's a BY flash. All right.
Trader was taking on a more adverse approach.
Had to wait a little longer. Had to be patient. 130.
Actually, some of this weakness, taking on a more bearish position or bullish position, excuse me, following that really optimistic Jeffries note we got.
Low VWAP now. See if 27 area holds.
Short-term trade, Jenny.
Or kind of that 26
for the first week in May. This trade
day.
expires April 28th, so it's a weekly expiration, just 2 weeks away for a week from the end of this week. So short term, ahead of earnings, and as you mentioned, Jeffries gave this the top pick designation. That's the strongest field that they can have for something. And so say you believe in the calls from Jeffries or any other analyst, and you're a believer in Uber as well. and not looking for a tremendous move over the next couple weeks, but just any sort of an upside move here. This is a strategy that could benefit from that. And so I looked at buying a call vertical, again, April 28th weekly expiration. The 31.33 call vertical. A lot of fun things happen here and pretty cool things happen with this particular strategy and strike selection in this case. Well, first off, we're avoiding earnings altogether, like we said. Secondly, it's 1/2 the width of the strikes, how much we're spending here. That's what we tried to do with these debit threads, sort of a loose guideline. Creates a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio then on a 50-50 proposition, as we often say. Stocks can go higher, it's going to go lower. But break even is also almost exactly where the stock's trading right now. If you add $1 to 31, you get to 32. The stock's just below that at its current share price of 31.85. So basically at break even, 1-to-1 risk reward here. But you don't need a tremendously large move. I mean, it's actually possible that this could be within this $2 window in the next 2 weeks, as you know, a $1 move is about 3% for a $30 stock, and so it's not entirely, you know,
Oil's down.
I guess hard to believe that this stock could be within this window. But it's also not so big that is likely it will either. So it very reasonably could be above 33, and it very reasonably could be below 31 in the next couple weeks. And with that, it gives us that true risk reward where, you know, you're feeling as if you can make $100 or lose $100, and that's what this strategy seeks to do.
It's bouncing right there though so far.
A lot of optimism from Jeffries. If you're a believer in that, maybe this strategy will look to benefit from that move if it happens.
And given this trade's short-term duration, we also do avoid any earnings premium because they do not release earnings until the first week of May. So another important thing to consider. But also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can
big
act
volume.
like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now coming up next, it's time
today.
for FOMO. We are looking at all things Apple. Apple shares are down about 0.4% on the session, but we have a ton of headlines to break down coming up next.
Take a look at it, Ace. I don't think GME is going to squeeze soon. I think maybe next earnings we could see some movement from that. But yeah. Seeking Alpha saying that BBY is moving. So now it's going to come down. What is the GTA? I don't know what you mean, Tree. Right, bid BBBY coming down again, a little more, 27 cents for 27, or then 25 for support. Oh, RC also requested a waiver that he could buy up to 19.9% of Nordstrom's. That's interesting. That's totally different than him just increasing his stake a little bit. Monroe's chart, his TA chart. It looks like he's looking for 50 cents, 220, or $7. I'm just kidding. I don't really know actually. I don't know what all these lines are doing. That would be my imagination though. I don't know, Juan. What do you mean by your chart? At 27 today, rise or fall during the night. I think it could be pretty flat, really. If it does much after hours, probably not a whole lot, unless there's news. Here's a psyops. $4 stake. No, what the interesting part is that he, or maybe that's normal, but he wants the right to buy up to 19.9%. So he owns 4.2%. If RC Ventures, wait, and formally requested a waiver from Rights Plan that would permit RC Ventures to acquire up to 19.9%. So he formally requested to be able to buy up to 19.9%. Above the 10% trigger of the rights plan. So he's saying, I want to buy more than 10% maybe, or I want the right to, and I want permission to. So that's pretty big. I'm kind of surprised not moving more on that. Maybe the RC fanboys have been burned one too many times. I don't know. The tweet could have been about Nordstrom's, not necessarily. I guess to me, I would think it's more likely Nordstrom's than not with that buy-in. Yeah. I don't think it's bearish. These things could get interesting. That's where Triton went. GFAI bounced back up. This MCOM finally kind of a green day. See if it doesn't give it all back. CRB hanging out on VWAP. Still looking nice. That gas bounced on VWAP. I picked up one contract there. Try and go slow in case we get a little bigger drop on it by tomorrow. BBBY bounced around 28 cents. For VWAP still, but kind of wicking back up to it. Maybe 34. Maybe. Like I own it for Mother's Day.
Does not have an iPhone and is planning to never get an iPhone. I believe he's one of those stubborn users that messes up every single one of your group chats. But when you actually compare the numbers on a global scale, iPhone is still so small. It's actually amazing to me how the fact that we still see other names dominate the global smartphone market. So Apple thus expanding overseas, I think just only shows the fact that its reach is still much greater than even we can comprehend.
Yeah, and like its potential reach, I guess, is a better way to put it, because
Right.
as you said, it's not even the leader when it comes to this market. We're very much prisoners of our own demographic and the moments that we kind of live in. But a lot comes down to, I mean, the consumer in India is different than the consumer in the U.S. The consumer in China is different than the consumer in India. And so they're attempting to break into this market, and they've had a proven success, in past of being able to dominate marketplaces. But there's a ton of opportunity. It's just, can they do what they've done here or there? The jury's still out on that, but you can see why investors are excited. You can see why the street's excited, because if they can even marginally, break into that market in a more successful way, seemingly the sky's the limit, because there is a lot more potential buyers in India than there is here in the U.S.
Yeah, just to put into perspective, about 30% of the world has an iPhone right now. And that's just of the 85% of the world that has an iPhone. So that to me is amazing, because again, we are sort of victims of our own circumstances, because I feel like every single person I know has an iPhone. That's obviously not the case overseas. But Apple on a performance basis has been resilient, of course, as we've talked about strength throughout the tech sector throughout this whole show. It's up about 26% on the year. It's only down about 7% from its yearly high now, and up almost 32% from its yearly low. We are seeing some weakness today, Alex, but not a massive move to the downside. But I typically tend to think that when looking at Apple, the FOMO feeling is bullish. And I think that a lot of people, this name still, in terms of the street coverage on this name, we still see so many bulls, so many people that have a really strong conviction. It's not as cult-like as, say, like a Tesla, but I definitely think the feeling on the street of FOMO is to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, this company is, if you're a college football fan, this is the Alabama. This is the Georgia of college football. I mean, this is the biggest company in the world It seemingly does everything at a high level. It seemingly has never been more positioned well to weather economic hardship. It's got tons of cash. It's got very diversified revenue streams. It's got very confident investors that believe in this company. I mean, we talk about this being the biggest position of Warren Buffett, who many believe to be one of the most successful investors, if not the most successful investor of all time. So you start going down the list, and it's almost as if the biggest risk in this company in many ways is that everyone agrees that it's a strong company, and that's oftentimes a little bit alarming. And maybe it underperforms in markets where the Teslas are roaring and the Robloxes are roaring, because it's just simply not possible for a company that's worth $2.5 billion to go to $10 billion, or trillion dollars to go to $10 trillion. It just doesn't have that same unlimited upside seemingly that a new biopharmaceutical has, or something like that. But there's also a little bit more of a calmness in the fact that, hey, this company has so many different tentacles and so many different things. It's so big, its scale is tremendous, that it seemingly feels a little bit more stable than others. So that's not to say that there's not risk associated. Anytime you're investing in anything, there's risk. But it just seems like it's a different risk than, let's say, an up-and-coming penny stock or an up-and-coming biopharmaceutical company that's still trying to prove itself. Apple's proved itself. It's just trying to find out ways where it can keep proving itself.
Yeah, and I actually think that is typically seen as more attractive, right? Because we do have earnings, I believe it's May 4th after the closing bell, so that's in about 3 weeks from now. But this is not a name that can move on earnings, no doubt, but historically has not made swings that we've seen in, say, a Netflix or a Roblox, where we're seeing shares down in the double-digit percentages just on the session. I actually think that is typically in this market right now, Alex, with its volatility, that Apple's seen as just more of a point of resiliency, which is definitely a good thing all in all.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point. So we're basically talking about relative implied volatility, or relative volatility. This name doesn't typically move as much as the higher beta names like a Netflix or a Tesla or a Roblox. That's not to say that it can't. It's just less likely to, and that's one of the reasons investors trust this name for investment. That being said, though, I did look at something. Again, we have an earnings event that's slated for the early parts of May. Just stay ahead of that, and we'll probably come back to it closer to earnings as well. I looked at selling a neutral to bullish strategy just below the market, but ahead of earnings. So it goes out to that same April 28th weekly expiration here, Jenny. The stock's just below 165. So this is a lot closer to being bullish than neutral to bullish, because it's basically at the money. We're selling the 162.5, 157.5 put vertical for a $1 credit. And so it's still neutral to bullish in the sense that you don't need this stock to go higher, but your cushion is much smaller on this one than, let's say, it was in even the Alphabet trade that we did at the top of the show, although that was neutral to bearish. $1 credit, 4-to-1 risk reward. So, only collecting 20% the width of the strikes. We're risking 400 to make 100. Break even is at 161.5. Straightforward though. Stay above 160.
All right, Tree.
That is what this one's
Continue,
asking
buddy.
for.
Have
If
fun.
that's what were to happen, these options
May the
expire worthless.
chains ever be in your
$100
favor.
move on.
And Apple shares are lower today, but not necessarily making a sizable move
Just
lower,
so
down about
delayed.
0.4% now. Pretty much has been stuck at this level now for quite some time on the intraday chart, but we will leave it there for our FOMO segment. Now, coming up next, we'll be looking at another name moving lower today, although not a huge move lower. That is Penn National, down just shy of 1% after GME Securities downgraded the stock. We'll talk all things online sports betting coming up next.
Put blow to the moon while you're gone? Okay.
Dad, look at there.
Yes. UI coming down some more. This is good for me though, because I want to get a better entry. Turka up. Look at that. 7.5. Like that chart very much so. Highs coming down. SG, I'm up 7.5. Interesting. Russia's Lavrov says want conflict in Ukraine to end as soon as possible. Bank for International Settlements head Karstens, interest rates may need to stay higher and for longer than previously thought. I believe interest rates are going to be higher for longer. I believe inflation is going to be stickier for longer. Says Larry Fink, BlackRock CEO. According to the new FEC filings, the Pelosi campaign has paid an Illinois man $7,500 after he sued over invasive and harassing fundraising text and the Pelosi campaign breaking anti-robocalling laws. That's all he got paid out, $7,500, man. He should have gotten a better attorney. U.S. charges two New Yorkers with conspiring to act as Chinese agents. Parkin says, oh yeah, that's right, we had Fed speakers today. Parkin says he's reassured by what he's seeing in bank sector. Never want to declare victory on potential bank strain. U.S. must continually earn dollar reserve currency status. Lululemon said to expose sale of Mirror unit it bought in 2020. What? Oh, explore sale of Mirror unit. Sale of their Mirror unit. I'm not sure what that is. Schumer says if McCarthy continues in this direction, headed for default. 102 counterparties take 2.257 trillion at the reverse repo.
Last year versus the S&P 500, but find more attractive risk and reward profiles in other areas now of the gaming sector. They now view Penn as fairly valued at current levels. Now, when you look at Penn versus its other analyst coverage, we do see an average rating of outperform, but price targets ranging all over the place from $31 a share to $65. So this $45 price targets pretty much right smack in the middle of what we're seeing among analysts. But I do find it interesting given some of the developments they've made overall in the last several months. They're pushing now more of their presence into Chicago. I didn't even know that, but that's a positive. They are now finished with that acquisition of Barstool Sports, but yet shares are still definitely lagging DraftKings when you consider the fact that DraftKings is up almost 70% this year. Penn is down about 4%.
Yeah, and I think that the more that the Barstool integration has happened, this is harder to compare to DraftKings. DraftKings is one thing really at this point. It is a online sports gaming location. You can go there. I know they did some stuff with the NFTs, but you bet on sports through DraftKings. You participate in daily fantasy sports through DraftKings. Penn Entertainment is much more than that. It's a media website. It's a traditional casino. It's an online sports book. It's podcasts. It's merchandise. So this is doing a lot more than just online sports gaming now, and I think because of that, it makes it tougher to compare. It's got different business models, different revenue streams, but it's not this like just pure play bet on, hey, online sports books are going to go higher or go lower.
Yeah, right. It does have more exposure than to the traditional casinos, which is something I do think that really separates the two and perhaps could be leading to some of the weakness. But you look at the casino stocks and they're doing really well on the year. So interesting to see Penn has been somewhat the laggard of the space and perhaps a factor behind this downgrade today from JMP. But that we'll leave it there. And now coming up next, it's time for Under 30. Looking at HP Inc. with a nice move higher today, following some analyst news to the upside. JP Morgan positive on this name. We'll discuss that more with George Phillips coming up next.
It's a workout mirror? The screen built in? Oh, that's pretty cool. Clever. It's so simple and basic and stupid, and yet very practical, I could say, for working out. Nice. was this rally on? What was the news on Nordstrom's then? Durka coming up, breaking out here a little bit, 8%. One without the weights. I'm not familiar with any of that stuff. Price chart for BBY. What's your time frame? Yeah, I saw MCOM rallying up a bit. Let's see. Hanging out up there. Some act to negative. Whatever. Coming down here.
Maybe they're just not getting that, like the difference between one model to the next is just not noticeable enough to warrant the price tag that these devices carry. So I wonder if some of the same phenomenon has happened within PCs as well, and these upgrade cycles are just getting longer and longer. You wait till things break, not because there's a new feature on it that's worth waiting in line and buying it on that release date.
Yeah, you're right. On a personal level, Alex, people are probably going to extend out their purchasing of PCs. It all depends on the extent of how they use them, whether it's for, graphic arts or trading or just, normal web browsing. But you have to also think about, enterprise. Enterprise are going to upgrade technology because it's in their budgets, but not just the private sector, but the public sector. And this is another area in which, of course,
BBBY came back down a little bit.
into not only their PCs,
still
but also
looking for
printers.
this.
So you have to think about the public sector.
Break below 30.
They also have budgets, which
And the
again,
next
need
highest
to be
support would be
used
like
every
this
single
27.
year, and they
This
have a
VWAP from
natural
earlier today
upgrade
is still
cycle.
flagged.
So there's, I think, some demand based
yeah,
upon the
looking for
huge
that. If that
demand
doesn't
we
hold,
saw during
VWAP
COVID.
from last
Of
week,
upgrades, and now
26
we're
in
actually
this
probably in
range.
the next phase of an upgrade cycle. And so,
And if
again,
that
it's going to come
doesn't
down to
hold,
personal choice preference, whether or not individuals
not a great
upgrade
sign.
their technology. But I think is on the aggregate, considering the stock is down about
I
18%
think one
over
of
the
those will
last
hold.
year, it's up about 15% over the on a year-to-date basis. But still, nonetheless, it's down almost 20% over the last year.
Or at least the daily
with
candle
some
won't
promising earnings growth
close
on
at
a
the
forward
low.
basis. The company
You
is
come back to the low
profitable
and bounce.
at around 4.5% profit
want kind of
margin.
this
So what you can have here is a
green-bodied
situation where
candle.
operating margins and net income margin, even if it improves by 1% based upon some improving demands compared to last
Best place
year,
to stay? I don't know, man.
that
It's
can
been a
actually
long time since
magnify
I've been
the
there.
stock price, 15
Bellagio
or
does look
20%.
pretty
And
dope,
if you
though.
look at JP Morgan's call from the current price,
Depends on what
the
you're looking
original
for,
price
I
of $30
suppose.
to 35, that's
Best
giving
place,
you
like best pool,
effectively
best
a close to
food,
20% return
best
on
entertainment,
investment expectation
best
in the next 4 quarters.
tables.
So want to certainly keep an eye on. I think Intel,
Best
this is another
location.
one that also had the similar kind of pattern. We know Intel is very exposed to the PC market. So what I'm doing is I'm joining the two together in some capacity, both on a price, from a price standpoint, because Intel did break out of a
BY's
basin
coming down.
pattern
It's
as
5
well.
pretty big red
Seems to be
candles
the
here.
case here for Hewlett Packard. So the market's telling us something,
MU is
when it
just
comes to
holding on
information from
strong.
a price standpoint, but also from a fundamental standpoint.
Yeah, and George, HP with a nice 15% move so far this year, so a name that has been somewhat resilient in the overall markets. But we will leave it there. Appreciate all of your insight, as always, George Tillis, senior markets correspondent for the network. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Caroline Woods hosting today.
Looking at the bar chart for the naked put screener. Oh, SLG is on here. Green Realty. The REIT? Why do they have such high IV? That can't be right. Saying the April 21st, pretty high IV. And 2250. 7%. I'm saying it's 200% on here. BBBY is coming down a little bit more. BBBY's giving up FOT today. What that means. Still at 15%. 27 range. I want to see it somewhere in here. I want to see it. Doesn't need to, but this would be my first area where I think you'd find support. Looks like it might be flushy, so we might see 25-ish. We're not gonna get all-time high volume, no way. This move wasn't on any fundamental news or any kind of catalyst, so can't, you know, expect too much, I guess. Could be the beginning of an uptrend, but yeah. Almost a bull flag.
To help open their stores. Now, with this global slowdown we've seen in tech demand, Apple has identified that India's expanding middle class is really an attractive opportunity given the fact that their India revenue only accounted for 2% of their overall global revenue last year. They also have seen other names that are perhaps cheaper. Some Chinese or South Korean manufacturers dominate that market. So they do see now the potential for an addressable market there quite large. Apple did launch its online store in India back in 2020, but now has since expanding that presence
pretty high.
Really starting Tuesday, we get the first store opening, and a few days later we'll get the second store opening. But it's really wild to me because we consider here in the U.S. we talk about how loyal we all are to these Apple products, but actually of the 85% of the world that has a smartphone, only about 28% of those users have an iPhone. So
I don't think we're
it
hit
does
today,
seem like
but
then there is still so much room for
might be
expansion.
the second
It
highest
feels wild
volume.
considering the success of Apple and how massive a company it already is, Caroline.
Wow, that number is pretty staggering, seeing for the most part, as I always get blue text bubbles, but when I see a green,
Weevil explains
for
everything.
some reason it annoys
Yeah, Weevil's
me.
awesome.
Also interesting
Oh, you're talking about like
is
the TA marks?
I don't have an Apple
Yeah, it's
card
probably
like
a
you,
good way
Jenny,
to
but I
learn
do have a Marcus
candlestick.
savings account through Goldman Sachs.
And
I'm
patterns.
pretty sure my interest rate is only around I shouldn't say only, I mean it's high compared to what it was, but about 3.9% versus the 4.15 that this Apple card or this Apple savings is offering. So like I said, I'm a yield chaser. I have to check it out.
It might
But
become
all right,
second highest volume now,
not
which is crazy.
having an impact on Apple shares today, off about 0.5%. So kind of sluggish trading for Apple. But we are seeing a pretty big move higher in Wells Fargo. Shares are about 3% higher. It, of course, reported earnings last week, and analysts are weighing in today. What's the latest there, Jenny?
Yeah, it seems like some delayed upside we're getting today in Wells Fargo, as it was not the strongest performer of the bank's post-earnings. We saw nice moves in JP Morgan.
Oil's still coming
but a nice
down.
move higher, at
Probably
least
start weighing on the
today
market.
in Wells Fargo, once we finally get some more optimism now from the street. And we did see Oppenheimer maintain a perform rating on the stock, saying the key takeaway here is that the net interest income was only down about 0.7% sequentially, which, after considering the 2 fewer days in this quarter, does suggest underlying growth despite this
we'll see what the end of the day brings, Julian, where we are.
In the fourth quarter of 2022. Raymond James
so far it's
also
looking like a reversal,
strong buy rating,
trend
raising
reversal.
its price
So
target to $48 a share from 47 saying that they delivered
The
really
low
strong
being in.
quarterly results and maintained guidance
Maybe
for
all-time
both
low.
net interest income as
I
well
mean, it
as
was all-time
operating
low, maybe.
expenses. They also
It's not any
reported
lower.
about 36 billion of exposure to office CRE loans, which represents merely 4% of their total loans, which is then, they said, manageable exposure into the space.
one.
RBC Capital, another name, reaffirming its sector
Yeah, kind of
perform
this
rating with a price
this
target
little
of $42,
bull flag from earlier today.
highlighting that this was
Up
driven by their
15%.
better than expected net interest income as
support
well
there,
as
or
non-interest income,
if that
partially
breaks, then,
offset by some of their
yeah,
higher
kind of the
expenses in
VWAP
the quarter.
area from the
Last
other
but
day,
not
we're
least,
kind of
Morgan Stanley today
barcoding
also
between
maintaining a neutral
25,
rating, so a little bit less
55,
optimistic
and
than some of these other
26,
analysts,
55.
but also raising its price target to $47 a share from $46, saying that although expenses are overall elevated, operating losses were down $3.3 billion sequentially, and the management does seem
I wasn't fully
committed
patient
to
with all my
maintaining
buy-in, but
their expense profile now for the
it
remainder
did scale
of
some,
2023.
so that's
it's quite
good.
remarkable to me that we're only seeing Wells shares down or pretty much unchanged.
What's nice about scaling,
on the
gives you
year,
kind of a barrier
given
of
some of the
entry,
volatility and the
which slows you
negativity that
down.
has weighed on the overall banking sector. I think it's so important to differentiate some of these large names like a Wells versus these regional banks.
GME.
Yeah, it's very true. And as you said, pretty much flat on the year. Pretty impressive at this state. I was just looking. The majority of analysts are in the buy camp. Have to leave it there. Jenny Horn, always a pleasure. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, now let's take a look at the bigger picture with Ken Van Leeuwen, Managing Director of Van Leeuwen and Company. Ken, thanks so much for joining us. Happy Monday.
Gas coming down.
Hey, Caroline, how are you?
Is it I'm already confused. Is it Monday or Tuesday at this point? Can you tell it's already been a long week here? All right.
Here too.
I just threw myself off with that curveball. All right, Ken, so let's talk about the sluggish start to the week because it is Monday here. We're seeing some red arrows right now, but not a ton of conviction at this point. What's it going to take to give this market some clearer direction?
Well, what's going to be interesting this week, Caroline, of course, is 10% of the S&P earning companies are going to be reporting earnings this week. So we're anticipating actually, a very interesting outcome. It's going to give us a good indication of where CEOs and CFOs of these major companies think the economy is headed over the next 6 to 9 months.
So do you think earnings expectations have come down enough that earnings could potentially be a positive
Jimmy's down 1 1/4
for this market?
Back on that support level.
Is it going to be another headwind?
Well, see, what's really interesting, because after Friday's earnings, right, everybody thought we were on eggshells on Friday because we were worried about the bank earnings, and the bank earnings, frankly, nailed it, hit the ball out of the park. So that was really a really pleasant surprise. We haven't seen a surprise like that since, I think, 2012 or so.
Did get a bearish MACD on GME a couple days ago.
And
if today's candle closed like that, that's not looking very good.
And examining these earnings after
we
they
read
come
under the
out,
9 moving
really trying
average
to give us an
and the inverted
indication
hammer,
of
both
where
bearish.
And how we should be allocating clients' portfolios as we move through the rest of the year.
Get puts on it, but
okay,
man, it's
so wait
just
and see. But it seems like you're putting
that
some
weekly
money
bull
to work
flag's
because
still
you have
nice.
a bunch of picks for us.
It just
in
moves
terms
so
of
slow,
some of those
it's not worth
companies that
anything.
look attractive to you ahead of earnings, you're looking in the healthcare
Next earnings are
space.
supposed to
What
be
names do you like
next month.
specifically, and why there?
Well, there's a bunch of healthcare companies we do like. We like, of course, some stalwart pharmaceuticals
Bearish.
like Eli Lilly and Pfizer.
Bearish.
We also like a company
In relation
called
to this last
Vertex,
earnings, how it beat.
which frankly is
Thinking
doing
analysts are going to expect too
transformative
much
work in areas
and
such as cystic
then
fibrosis,
miss, right?
pain and kidney disease.
Could be the case.
So we
Oh,
think they
first
have
support
really
on
good
Bed Bath,
potential. They, of course,
27.
don't pay a dividend. Boston Scientific is another stock that we like very
Couple
much.
few
We
more
like
here.
the medical device companies as a general rule right now because people and institutions will continue to spend on device, especially as these devices improve and get more technologically oriented. And as we know, healthcare is somewhat of, I'd say, anti-recessionary.
So a defensive play. You're also looking for dividend growers, so not just dividend payers, but those companies boosting their dividends. What do you like on that front?
For some funds to settle.
Well, there's a couple companies we like there, of course.
All
There's
that makes
Next
sense.
Era Energy. Next Era Energy, of course, is the holding company for Florida Power and Light. It's also, frankly, its profits are rising 2 times faster than any other utility in the area. Of course, it's a play on the growth in Florida, the amount of businesses moving here and the amount of individuals. Plus, the stock got recently hit because there was a little bit of a internal issue with some campaign finance issues, and the stock went down on that, and the company says they've cleaned up that issue. We also like McDonald's, an old-fashioned name like McDonald's. As McDonald's, as people potentially trade down for restaurants, right? They're going to still want to go out to eat, but McDonald's may be that
GME
category.
bounced on that level.
And then also what they're doing,
Well,
I
not
saw
bouncing,
this
but
weekend
showing
an
support
article
there at
about
least.
how they're starting, I believe, their
SPY will
first
too.
store that does not have any employees in it. It's all automated. So really
BBY respecting this area,
there.
27.
And then another healthcare
BWAP from
company
earlier.
called AbbVie, which again pays a 3.7% dividend, and their primary products, of course, are Skyrizi and
Rizzy.
Renovo, I believe it's called.
About selling MCOM.
So Ken, when you talk healthcare, dividends, I know you also like some names in consumer staples like Costco, Unilever, AT&T, a very defensive strategy, but you're also adding some risk because there's some tech plays that you like.
Maybe
How
inside
are you
bar today.
considering tech stocks right now, given all of the headwinds, and tell us about your plays.
Well, it's interesting there because, Visa, oddly enough, the credit card company is considered a technology stock, right? One of the things we like about Visa is that Visa does not assume any risk when they do a transaction. So they do not have any potential
nice.
I've
got Abby in my
return
long-term.
or anything of that nature. So Visa's a very strong one. We like ON Semiconductor because with the growth of electronic vehicles
Do they give
and
you
the auto industry in
shares?
general, and people not having consumed new automobiles for the last bunch of years, ON Semiconductor is another one. And they're primarily in autos.
Share bonus or anything?
Then we also like Broadcom, and Broadcom, as we know,
Vested
is
shares or
one of the
anything like
chief
that?
supplier of all smartphone components. And we believe, as consistently smartphones are continually will be upgraded, maybe not to the pace that everybody thinks they will be, but they still will perform very well on an annual basis as well.
2 weeks ago. You have to be pretty high up.
And then
I
in
think,
terms
to
of
get shares.
retailers, I see you have Ulta, Ross Stores, and TJX on your list. Is that a recession play, going for the low cost or going for the makeup stores? Because even if a recession hits, people might still want to wear makeup and use skincare?
Well, skincare product and makeup are always big consumer items. And what they call the off-price retail sector of the market, TJ Maxx and Ross, as people trade down, people are always looking for a bargain. They also may be, if their pocketbooks are constrained a little bit, they may look to those categories. And again, and plus what we have too, Caroline, with those companies, they regularly raise their dividends on an annual basis. So not only are they an interesting, recessionary play or anti-recessionary play, they're a very strong company that pays its dividends and raises dividends as well. And that's primarily what we're looking for here. We're looking for strong companies, strong balance sheets, who will be able to weather the storm, we feel, if we indeed get into one. Because of course, that's one of the issues right now. The debate is, are we in a recession? Are we mild recession? Will we have a mild one, severe one? And I think that's the big challenge. But we want to be ready for all types of environments.
Well, you certainly have a fair share of picks on your list. We appreciate you sharing those with us. Ken Van Leeuwen, Managing Director of Van Leeuwen & Company.
BBX.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The bounce on SPY.
Later this
and
hour, Roblox is struggling today as the disruptive gaming stock reported its latest monthly numbers. We'll break it all down with the team at Oppenheimer. The banking sector continues to be in focus at the start of a new earnings season.
Yeah, another biotech.
And our panel looks to defense names. Lockheed Martin reports earnings tomorrow. We'll get the need-to-know info ahead of that release. But up next, we'll hear the bullish upside case for Home Depot and Amazon. Stay with us.
What's going on with Dish? Another class action alert. June 2nd, options begin trading? Did they just get options? What? This chart actually looks not too bad. Not that engulfing candle in a downtrend, but we've got this RSI divergence here. And a pretty ugly decline from 48 bucks to 7. Well, that's below that support. 834. Yikes. That bath bouncing a bit there. Oh. Happy Money Monday. For some cash secured puts. Greener's telling me coin. I like it. I think coin, crypto could be bullish with negative banks. It's kind of had its rally from that though, so it's a little bit. And then of course, SPY come down, market crashing. Could see crypto, of course, getting liquidated some. A little sketchy. But you don't get premiums unless it's a little sketchy. It's saying a 60 strike for 616. Quite a bit of time. Also 55 strike for 16. Oh, this chart's just not easy to read. Killing it, Green Owl. Killing it. And your head on a swivel? Is that good or bad? Deja vu. You want to wait to average down. Be slow with your average down. Buy bounce? This one? This little bounce? Little bounce? Low bounce. That gas bounced on VWAP again. A little slow on the trigger, but picked up another contract there. Pretty close to where I sold this morning. Ugh. $4.11. Also, probably this most recent one. BBBY coming down a little bit more. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Give me a little bounce off of that level. Not a whole lot. Yeah, I finished my coffee too. All hyped up. Laser. Very big on coffee. It wasn't for a long time. I still limit myself quite a bit. I'm mellow about it. Try not to drink it every day. 3 times a week.
And silver
it's good for you though, in moderation.
You know, and the other thing that I would be
parties.
looking at on the positive side maybe are some of the financial stocks. Financial stocks, as you know, just recently got hit.
Find anything to short
and
puts on.
I think that they, you know, may move higher towards the end of the year here too.
All right, we appreciate all those picks and that bullish sentiment. Andrew Ahrens, founder and partner of Synergy Advisory Management Group. Thank you so much.
Yeah, top ships. I know.
Thanks
I
for
saw
having
that
me today, Caroline. Appreciate it.
on my watch list.
Coming up, Roblox is down after reporting its latest monthly metrics. We'll dive into the gaming stock with the team at Oppenheimer. That's next, so stay tuned.
I don't want to trade Zim more. This thing, very interesting stock. Look, it's doubled from here. Reason it was on the put screener. But the puts weren't that expensive. Those are rookie numbers. Thanks, Tasty. Appreciate it, man. $69th, nice. Well done. Lots of likes, got a lot of viewers today. BBBY rip. No surprises. How inspired name changes. Papa.
The ego on you.
Oh snap. Dang, Ace 5 gifted subs. Thanks, homie. Jeez. What a day.
The ego on you. The ego on you.
I like I jumped a Rambo in there. How about mine? This is you finding all the grays. Come here, you
The
little gray.
ego on you.
Come here, little gray. I'm gonna get you. Oh, chloroform. Check it. Come here. Come on, big fella. You're green now.
The ego on you.
Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it, man. What do we have in here? Joshua. Seymour Butts. Javier Rincon. Jonathan. Ryan R. A bunch of y'all memberships. I think Papa Ace. Papa Ace with the gifted memberships. If you guys aren't on our Discord, jump on there, DM me. I'll give you Happy Crew badge. Buys moving up. Bed Bath consolidating down here. Yeah, I'll tell me the way. Can't stand ya. George can't stand ya. Homie T-Bone.
In and out of the stock intra-quarter. So I wouldn't say this will be the steady state in terms of valuation.
Let's talk about
Gonna be
that,
on
the
the
fact
east
that
side
they're no
soon?
longer going to be reporting these monthly metrics, but rather just sticking with quarterly results. Will that change your coverage of the company at all? Should we expect to see less volatility in the stock because of it?
Not really. So in terms of disclosures, I would agree with management who are reiterating their focus on the long term, and I think what will help us on the sell side is maybe management in the upcoming earnings will provide more color in terms of guidance and what to look for in the next quarter in more general, bigger strokes. And historically, company has not provided a lot of the maybe clear line-by-line guidance comparing to other gaming companies.
So you're sticking with a perform rating. I didn't see a price target from you for this name, but I guess why the cautious approach? What would make you more bullish and make you a buyer here, or an outperform rating?
Yeah, our caution is really based on the content quality gap between Roblox experiences and other mainstream gaming content. So we need more confidence around Roblox's ability to deliver higher quality content or quality on par with other mainstream gaming content and drive that engaged audience and monetization before we are fully confident Roblox can maintain this growth and push that content and monetization trends towards a more aged, older audience. And so far, we haven't seen meaningful near-term catalysts that elevate that content quality on Roblox.
So this isn't a call on the broader gaming space. This is very much Roblox specific in your mind. So which of its peers would you be a buyer of? Who's producing that higher quality content and has more growth potential in your mind?
That's a very good question. If we judge the growth potential, or at least the near-term growth potential based on the richness and the depth of content, I would, more comfortable investing in Activision now, given that it has the strongest upcoming content slate, as well as the growth potential comparing to other large listed public companies in the game publishing industry. And also, the deal with Microsoft also gave you a potential upside up to $95 if the deal closes. If the deal doesn't close, fundamentals is still strongest for Activision comparing to other publishers.
If the deal closes, is that a bigger headwind for Roblox going forward?
Not necessarily. I don't think there will be
Roblox
a near-term
is like the
impact
first
on overall
metaverse.
the competitive landscape across different gaming industry, across different gaming content when the deal closes. Over time, I think I do see Microsoft making a bigger move to mobile gaming content, and that will be a potential threat to Roblox, whose engagement
Roblox has so many kids on it.
Is a lot more concentrated on mobile.
And just the way that you can build games on it or whatever.
Really
like,
appreciate you breaking it all down for us. Martin Yang, Senior Analyst
it's got a lot of
at
value.
Technologies and
A lot of money
Services
spent on
at Oppenheimer.
Roblox.
Thanks so
In
much.
Roblox.
Thank you.
Still ahead on the
Kids have made so much money
we'll focus on the
building
financials
apps or whatever in
and
there,
check in
whatever
on
it's
the health
called.
of the regional banks. As we head to break, let's take a look at some of today's winners and losers in the S&P 500.
Still moving up here. Bed Bath. Liking this bottom here. A lot of wasted money for sure. Tons of money spent on it. In it. Two bottoms, not just one, two. Netflix might be coming into a nice short. People are sinners. Please subscribe. Yeah. Seriously. You can thank Papa Ace, Joshua. I'm not sure, Gene. I'm trying to get filled on some sketchy options on it. Kind of surprised it hasn't had a bigger move already. It's a small stake though, what, 4.4%, but it looks like he did request to be able to purchase up to 19.9%, so that seems pretty significant. He's wanting that. Look at all those thumbs up, I see them. Thank you guys. Coffee with Jenny. Peggy's up 10%. Good old Pegmeister. Ooh. Double earnings? What is this? Into Q4? The glitch? $100 million volume, man. That's a lot.
November 1618 all the way up to 2063, well-defined trend up. So maybe this pullback's just another one of those big moves down we've seen on the way up as the dollar sees some of that intraday volatility, again higher today by about 0.6% in the greenback. You're going to expect to see gold lower here today, but you can also see the trajectory in the series of higher lows and higher highs. So the trend still remains to the upside here in terms of gold. And you can also see how the bulls have fared pretty well as they position themselves long-term with the futures contracts here and physical for that matter, I guess one could argue. Here's the lows that we saw around 1300. This goes all the way back to, we're talking May of 2019, and the rally we saw up to the
intraday moves on these are crazy.
2100, the
21% from that low today.
To Russia's war on
Just a move from the low to VWAP, basically.
Year in March, February, and then here we are right now. I mean, we're poised, right? Just kind of knocking on the door. Many say the longer we hold this upper level, ultimately, the more likely it is that we take that level out. But I want to point something out here. Remember, we were just talking about that move from 1618 up to 2063. Here it is on the 4-hour chart again from November to current levels. I want to point out, take a look at this. This coincides, that same move we're looking at here, gold on the right, with the dollar on the left to kind of bring those conversations together, right? We've seen the dollar weakening recently as rates had come off. Today I mentioned rates higher, dollar higher. That's weighing on gold, but you can see that longer term trend and how what we're talking about here on the intraday basis is just kind of counter trend to the longer term move. Again, gold lower today, the dollar higher, but we've been seeing quite the opposite play out here on the bigger picture, to say the least. So let's keep an eye on these correlations, gold with rates, gold with the dollar to the indices, and I mean, ultimately the chicken and the egg. I'm not sure which came first, but these are products to watch.
Oh, SPY just ripped.
All right, we appreciate you breaking it down for us. Ben Lichtenstein, thanks so much. Joining us now to take a look at the banking sector, let's welcome in
Fed speakers,
David Chiaverini, Managing Director, Equity Research
Danaher
at
said the
Wedbush.
Shell
David,
takeover
thanks so much
pursuit
for
of
joining
Catalent.
us.
I think we've got some Fed speakers talking.
So big banks back in the spotlight this week. Some of the
Tom
regionals
Barkin
as well.
speaking at
They really,
12:45.
the big banks kicked things off on a
Probably
pretty
not still
positive
talking.
note last week. And taking a look at bank stocks today, Bank of America up more than 2%, Morgan Stanley up 2.5%, KeyCorp up almost 1%, Western Alliance up 3%. It seems like sentiment is pretty positive heading into these reports. Are we out of the woods? I mean, is this just going to be more better than expected reports? Can we breathe a sigh of relief at this point, or what?
So I wouldn't say that we're out of the woods. I'm expecting mixed results, and it's really a matter of to what extent the weakening trends are weak and better than expected. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if we do see a bit of a relief rally here over the next couple weeks, because the stocks really have been punished ever since SVB went down and Signature Bank went down. The group is down, over 20%. So now it's a matter of, are earnings estimates really going to be down to a similar level? And I'm thinking, no, we took our estimates down 7% a couple weeks ago with our preview. So that would leave room for a potential relief rally. And what I think is driving all of these stocks up today is M&T Bank Corp. They reported this morning, so the first of the regional banks to report, and I would characterize their results as less than feared. They reiterated their deposit outflow number for the year at low single digits, and they had provided that guidance prior to SVB and Signature Bank going down. So the fact that they reiterated that figure as well as their net interest income guidance, they took it down a less than feared amount to 20 to 23%. They previously were forecasting 23 to 26%. So I would characterize that less than feared. That's going to be the theme, I think, over the next couple of weeks, and we could see that tailwind help the banks here.
So M&T is, speaking of relief rally, up almost 7% today. But when you think about the regionals, if it is going to be a less than feared or really survival of the fittest kind of landscape right now, which banks do you think are coming out on top?
Coffee, Jenny.
Yeah, so M&T has been one of our top picks. The others are New York Community Bank, Regions Financial, and Fifth Third, and all of them screen well in terms of having a high level of deposit insurance. That certainly takes some of the, bank run risk that was on the table a month ago. That kind of takes it off the table for these few banks. And then they also have the ability to lock in their net interest margins at a higher level. So even if interest rates do and the Fed pivots later this year to a lower interest rate level, M&T Bank is talking about today 3.6 to 3.9%, down from 4% in the most recent quarter. So limited downside for them. Same with Regions Financial. They're giving a net interest margin guidance of 3.6 to 4.0%. So limited downside for them as well. And the way that they've done it is they've used swaps to swap out some of their interest rate risk. So that should help them out.
Jimmy got a
and then
bounce
for New
there
York
with the
Community
SPY.
Bank, they just recently acquired, as we all know, they got a sweetheart deal with an FDIC-assisted transaction for Signature Bank's deposits and a portion of their loan portfolio. That's going to be very accretive to their EPS as well as tangible book value accretion. So all of these banks are, well positioned given the challenging backdrop for the industry.
So that's what you're bullish on. I was taking a look at some of the names you're neutral on. Zion, KeyCorp, Huntington, also on First Republic, which is down 90% so far this year, trading near $13. You think there's more downside to First Republic. Why?
Yeah, the issue with First Republic, they're in the unfortunate position of having a high level of uninsured deposits.
Collab
And
with
then when you
GNA.
also look at the fair value
And I
marks
want to
of
do
their
a
loan
collab,
portfolio,
so I
it
did
takes
it.
their tangible equity on a fair value basis deep into negative territory. So that makes it less likely for the investment community to rally behind a
ripping still.
recapitalization of the bank. So given that we all know that they have faced a bit of a deposit run over the
downvote,
past
whatever,
month,
yeah.
they've had to fund those
Do it.
deposit outflows with increased borrowings from the Fed. And those increased borrowings are going to weigh on the net interest margin
They'll
and
bail now.
likely cause the company to
They'll,
suffer some losses on an operating EPS
forgive
basis
the
for the next
borrowings.
couple years. So that's what concerns us as we
Let
look
the
forward
taxpayers pay
now
for it, right?
through you know, I'm looking forward to their earnings release a week from today to see sort of the extent to which deposits went out the door, and hopefully, you know, the deposits weren't as bad as what the
What's your cost based on
market is
FRC,
showing, but
Ricardo?
we are concerned based on
Don't
how
worry about
much
this
they
guy.
borrowed from the Fed when they put out their 8K, that the deposit outflows may have been significant.
So, David, you're not ready to say we're out of the woods yet in terms of some of these companies reporting better than expected earnings versus disappointing. But do you think that we'll see more bank failures at this point, or are those behind us?
Yeah, it's tough to say. Now, there's a couple that are potentially, you know, on the bubble, but what we saw from that weekend that SVB went down and Signature went down,
22?
you know, the Treasury, the Federal
Just
Reserve,
bought
they
that thing pretty
came
quick,
out
huh?
with the program to kind of backstop and instill some confidence into the industry. So for banks to be able to
Not too bad.
pledge loans
Not too
and
bad, really.
securities at par and take on those borrowings to
Made
fund
kind of a
any
big range
potential
down here.
deposit outflows, that gives banks a long leash to survive through this difficult environment. So we're not expecting any bank
If it does get any
failures
kind of
in the
rally,
near
I
term.
mean,
Now, with that said,
it's a
and
big rally
even though
from
I
here, but
characterized the
at the
less
same
than
time, it's
fear earnings season kind of coming up over the next couple
not
weeks,
compared to what's come
there are
down.
some material pressures on the banking industry looking out because deposit competition is becoming more intense. Deposit costs are going up. That's going to weigh on the net interest margins for these banks. So looking out for the back half of the year, it could be, you know, sideways
You saw calls
to
on it. The
potentially
premium's still high
down
on.
for some banks.
I sold
David
calls
Chiaverini,
and sold
Managing
puts on
Director
them.
of Equity Research at Wedbush. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
Still ahead, we'll bring in our panel to discuss Lockheed Martin ahead of earnings. The watch
Alright,
list
the
will return
fleshy
after this
cable
quick
there.
break. Stay
What
with
the
us.
heck? Spy, man. Liking this bottom so far on BBY. Could say his little head and shoulders here on the 5-minute. So might get a lower low, 26, 25 area, but we'll see. Wasn't engulfing candle on the 5-minute, and now becoming more of a double bottom even. Hi, dude. Whew. If you're planning on holding it for a long time, why not sell cover calls on it? BR MOX. No tradable market, huh? Kinda sketchy. People all push up in power hour. 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Especially with earnings coming up, you catch a nice premium. Yeah, the IV's crazy. You're at 22. You could just guarantee returns and sell 24 calls. Monthlies. SMX back green. GNS is up 5%. A nice looking double bottom there. Yeah, I don't think GNS is going to get the gap fill anymore. It's kind of the beginning of an uptrend. Gap was at 62 cents. Do they have any capital to put into this right now?
Technicals with you. In terms of the chart, looks like it's just below recent highs, only about 2% off of highs. And as we said, Kai has a $495 price target. What are the levels that you're looking at when you look at Lockheed?
Yeah, definitely from a resistance standpoint, looking at around the $500 level, so fairly close to that price target. And is from a support standpoint, looking at $440. Just one thing to just kind of note when it comes to Lockheed Martin, it's been able to stay at these levels for the most part for about three to 4 months at this point in time here. So it's been fairly stable. And even though we have seen some issues when it comes to industrials or even the defense subsector, it has been able to hang in there. And there's been a lot of investor enthusiasm around defense spending because of the fact that we do have several different escalations around the globe going on right now. And so even though they may see a little bit of U.S. spending or domestic spending slow down, depending on budgetary matters that we will see in the next coming couple of months here, the international story when it comes to their demand is going to be something that probably will benefit them here in the long run. And so a lot of investors have positioned themselves a little bit for the long term in this name at this point in time.
Lockheed basically flat today, up about maybe 0.2%. Kai, let's shift to Boeing because you also have that on your radar. A bit more bullish on this name. You have an outperform rating and a $230 price target there, currently trading around 204. What makes you more bullish on Boeing?
Well, basically demand, because air traffic is growing. The airlines need planes. And they have a huge backlog. They've been hit by supply chain issues, but we think those are going to start to abate. So we think there's going to be good growth in deliveries. And we see it's more than just a 1 or 2 year uptick. We see a strong uptick at least through 2025. And the wide body market, which is the 787, should be coming back with international traffic. So we see a lot of upside there.
Kevin, do you see more upside when you're looking at the technicals for Boeing?
Yes, you can make that case for more of a long-term trend here, Caroline. But one thing to just kind of note with Boeing, its technical setup right now, it's been very choppy in the near term. It's had some really good news. About a month ago, they did sign a deal with Saudi Arabia airliners to be able to make a deal. And then we saw the news last week where they may have some supply chain issues and defects with their planes. So this type of widening out of volatility is supposed to, from a technical standpoint, could potentially continue here for the near term. So that's just something to kind of keep an eye on. I think a lot of the news that has been coming out of the company has been more downside driven than it has been upside driven. And when you were looking at its valuations, I mean, it is trading technically at 118 forward. Now, obviously, it's still not at the levels that we would like to see pre-pandemic, but it does provide just a little bit of issues. If you're trying to compare the chart between Lockheed Martin and Boeing, Boeing may have a little bit more upside, but I think it's more than just a technical story when it comes to Boeing. And I think that's where the risk is, where Lockheed Martin, it's 95% of its revenues coming from defense spending, from governments in itself. So a little bit more stable revenue generator, and something that we probably don't see these conflicts going away anytime soon. In fact, we probably would see more conflicts in the near term.
So Kai, what other names do you like in this space, and what would you all out avoid at this point?
What would I all out avoid? Well, we like RTX. We're bullish on commercial aerospace, and particularly bullish on the aftermarket, because the OEMs, Boeing and Airbus, have not been able to get as many planes out the door as the airlines want. So they've had to fly the older planes, and with traffic coming back, we think the aftermarket is going to be a very good place to be. Our major favorite there is RTX. My partner who covers TransDigm also likes that one.
And Kevin, final word, although we only have about 30 seconds, but just final, when it comes to technicals between Boeing and Lockheed?
Yeah, definitely Boeing for the last 3 years has outperformed Lockheed Martin by about double. So there is potentially some upside that is remaining here. I mean, they used to trade at around $400, almost $500 at one point in time. So from a longer term standpoint, from a weekly chart standpoint, yes, you could make a case for additional upside move. But once again, I think the near term volatility drags down the stock at this point.
All right, we have to leave it there. Kevin Green and Kai von Rumohr, Senior Analyst at TD Cowen. Thank you both so much for breaking those names down for us. Really appreciate your insights. And that's going to do it for the watch list. I'm Caroline Woods, filling in for Nicole Patalides, of course. Thanks so much for watching. Stay with us. Market on Close with Renita Young, guest hosting, is next.
Look at that SPY squeeze. Think you still got your calls? Tesla rallying. High betas are going. Out. Oh well. Sounds like you at least made some profit. That's good. That's straight on the 5 minute. That's almost red candles except for that one after that bottom. Oh, got a little bounce there. I was there for the SPY squeeze. Dollar's coming down a little bit. Nice double bottom bounce there. It did happen on Bed Bath. It happens up at VWAP. SPY still on moon mission. 5 minutes, only run candles for 35 minutes. Hour? Almost.
But to me, this is just another example of Apple's willingness to step into new marketplaces, continue to build out an all-encompassing ecosystem. But to me, in the short term, this might be more of a Goldman Sachs story. We know that their woes of stepping into retail banking have been widely reported on. We're going to hear from them tomorrow morning. Just use Apple as your kind of Trojan horse, if you will, to get that retail banking client, and they'll come a flocking.
All right, Alex Coffey, thank you so much for joining us today. And right now in our TD Ameritrade Network studios in Chicago is Zed Francis, the CIO of Convexitas. Thank you so much for joining us here. First, I have to get some of your thoughts on today's market action. Pretty muted, not a lot going on at all.
I was going to say, market action, lack of market action. Everybody about 2 weeks ago decided to go to sleep, and that's kind of the case for the moment. I mean, something that happened during earnings season, everybody waiting for all the future events, and when earnings roll off, everybody looks at each other and says, was that a big deal? Was it not a big deal? And we kind of can slump. So not overly surprising this time of year to kind of get these boring days thrown in, but hey, maybe everybody gets back from spring break and we get some action showing up.
Maybe so, or maybe earnings will perk everything up, right? Or maybe Fed speak will perk them up. So which direction do you want to go, earnings or Fed speak? Because we got to talk about both.
Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of a battle going on.
Nice short here.
We'll call it fundamentals, which maybe are looking
Intraday,
a little more hairy as time goes on, considering what happened in March and potentially what earnings are going to be saying over the next handful of weeks, versus we'll call it unintentional quantitative easing.
Okay.
And quantitative easing, is kind of basic at its principle. It's reducing the supply of securities. They're accumulating securities, reducing the supply, forcing asset prices across the board kind of potentially up. And we've kind of had 3 levers of unintentional quantitative easing that have taken place over the last 6-ish weeks or so. One is the Treasury, that I think people maybe don't focus on, is when you hit the debt ceiling, that means they're not issuing more treasuries. They're using all their accounting games to go ahead and keep spending as you would on schedule, but you're not increasing the amount of treasuries in the marketplace, i.e., you're restricting the supply. You're not issuing stuff they would otherwise. Fed balance sheet has obviously moved higher. Basically, the bridge loan being provided to banks, which is stopping them from selling securities. So again, that's kind of reducing the natural supply in the marketplace that otherwise would be there. And then the third kind of lever is the consumer. I mean, all of us said, wait a second, our deposits might be at risk.
We sound overconfident.
And hey, you're only paying me 1 basis point, 50 basis points. I can go make real money elsewhere. And people move money from deposits into their TD and Schwab accounts.
Always humbles me.
Maybe they're only buying money market, but again, that's kind of like accumulating additional securities. So those kind of 3 levers have acted as unintentional quantitative easing, which I think has probably helped markets.
You guys are on HKD pretty quick. That's good.
Treasuries, whether it's credit, whether it's equities, whether it's Bitcoin. I think it's helped things pushed higher over the last handful of weeks. And then you have the balance the other side. You have fundamentals. So when do fundamentals kind of show up? And usually fundamentals take a little bit of time. And so we'll see if in this earnings release, whether those fundamentals are restricting prospect of earnings and growth. Probably more next quarter, to be frank. You're probably not going to see a lot of what took place in March showing up in this quarter. But ultimately, we're a credit-driven society. Cost of financing and the ability to access financing very much matters for growth. And I think it's hard to argue that both of those things have gotten more difficult. How much? We're not exactly sure. But I think access to financing definitely has been constrained with regional banks not necessarily participating how they once were. And cost of financing has definitely gone up a shade too. So the effects of that will be the fundamentals over time, and will show up in earnings potentially eventually, but that might not be over the next 2-3 weeks.
One of the big things people are looking for in earnings with banks specifically is if they've eased on new credit applications, right? What can you tell us about that when it comes to businesses and individuals?
Yeah, so I mean, regional banks have definitely kind of shut down, right? Yeah. It's like we gotta get our house stabilized before we go back to our day job. And regional banks mean small businesses and commercial real estate. So that's definitely tightened up to a problematic zone in comparison to what it was 6 to 8 weeks ago. Larger banks, to be honest, just kind of haven't been acting as traditional bank players for almost a decade now. So yes, like they still have some folks that issue loans, but I'd say they focus more on wealth management and other services than necessarily being banks. So the question is, who's going to kind of step into the hole that regional banks have created if it becomes a hole for a longer period of time? And it's probably private credit markets. The difference is private credit markets are going to charge a little bit more than a regional bank would to borrow money going forward. So even if the supply of loans kind of shows back up from a new market participant, likely private credit, the cost of financing is likely increased in comparison to what regional banks were asking for.
That is interesting to know. That's something I'll definitely be watching. But also in this whole battle royale, right, what kind of indicators can consumers be paying attention to? Can investors, I should say, pay attention to?
Yeah, I think the two simplest things, because you can just get on Fed data, right, published, they're weekly or biweekly depending on what index is just look at new loan issuance, look at new high yield issuance, look at new IG issuance, probably the latter of most important loans, least important IG, but see if the market is actually starting to function again, because we definitely took a total pause. I mean, there was zero issuance for a good 3 weeks. It's starting to creep back in, but in theory, there's a lot of folks that were needing to go to market, call it, second week of March through first week of April that didn't. Are they able to access loans? Are they able to access financing? We should start seeing that start to show up. So I think that's kind of one. And then spreads. Just look at loan spreads, look at high yield spreads. If things continue to widen like a shade, nothing crazy is happening. We walked in this year with pretty tight spreads. They've widened a bit. They've, it's not in a problematic zone right now, but if you see things start to change both from issuance or when issuance finally shows up, does it push spreads wider? Like, okay, there's a price where this clears, but it's not where things are trading. That's where I'd start paying attention to, okay, the market's having issues digesting that amount of financing, and financing ultimately is going to cost more going forward, which should effectively mean lower earnings at some point in the future if it costs more to finance your business.
Absolutely. So when it comes to going forward, when it comes to Fed rate hikes, what could another hike mean for markets? First, what do you feel the other hike might be? There's still talk about, is it going to be 25 or 50? So.
Yeah, I mean, who the heck knows what the Fed's really thinking these days? I think it'd be tough for them to get off the current track that they're on. So it'd probably be, 25 basis points, wait and see. Like, they don't want to be adding volatility to the marketplace, so whatever the market is probably pricing is probably what they're going to go with. Whether that's a lazy answer or not, but I think that's probably the actual story.
Okay.
What I kind of think is more important is ultimately, again, it's the credit side of the house. Like, interest rates were obviously the dominant topic of 2022 because we moved a heck of a lot, and we were very used to stable interest rates for a decade plus. I think interest rates are just going to be kind of range bound this year, and what's going to be more interesting in terms of the cost of financing is obviously it's the interest rate and then the spreads. The spread piece, I think, is what you really should be paying attention to in 2023, because ultimately interest rates are going to be somewhat range bound because you have that balance of the Fed's still fighting inflation, but also the backdrop of potentially slower economic growth, so it kind of creates that tunnel that we're probably going to be quasi-stuck in terms of interest rates. But credit doesn't need to listen to that. Credit is going to adjust based on what the risks are in the marketplace at that point in time. And that's probably going to be the more interesting piece in the fixed income universe for 2023, even though rates were the dominant player in 2022.
Yeah, I have to ask, though, is it necessary for a pause, do you feel?
Necessary for a pause? It's such lagged effects that Me personally, I don't think it's necessary. I think, stopping out inflation is probably a higher priority than kind of what's going on elsewhere. But nobody cares what the heck I think. It's ultimately what they're going to do in comparison to market interpretations. And I think they're in the I don't want to cause any further disruptions mode, which means, in my view, that they're going to be lazy and do whatever the market's pricing the day before the event.
Probably. Well, thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate your insights. We'll definitely be following everything. Zed Francis, Convexitas. Coming up, we will keep the bond talk
kind of
going,
rallying up a little
but
bit still.
we'll switch
New
it
high
to
of the day,
bond
they're on SPY.
ETFs. We'll look at the trends in bond ETF flows and go through the
For 414 or thereabouts. I was calling 414. Thinking maybe 413.69. But it's looking pretty strong. Or 15. Dallas? Or, Delta? I'm trade airlines. I haven't traded airlines since like COVID crash. I mean, a little after that, but I don't know. It's alright, I guess. I think I've seen charts I like better than this one. I have a good read on that one. Hammer, yeah. Just based on that last candle there. Trend though, I don't. Got like kind of a RSI divergence here, sort of. 969. No, I guess. Yeah. It looks like accumulation. I don't know. Again, I've seen charts I like better, but this might be a setup that you like. I don't have a good read on it. They did just have earnings, so yeah, maybe continuation from earnings. That's what you mean. That's not bad. Weird. Really weird. Like SMX's chart better. Like BBY's chart better.
Our next guest, I want to welcome Steve Lapley, U.S. head of iShares Fixed Income ETFs for BlackRock. Steve, welcome to the show. We appreciate you coming here. I want to find out first, what's driving flows into ETFs right now, bond ETFs?
Well, thanks for having me, Renita. Yeah, it's been an exciting year in the bond market, as you might imagine. Interestingly, so far this year, we have seen flows continue into Treasury ETFs, which is something that started happening last year in very large size. So the industry for bond ETFs in the U.S. has taken in about $65 billion year to date. And about 70 to 75% of that is in Treasury ETFs. And more interestingly, it's not any one part of the curve. I think conventional wisdom would be that it would be all on the front end of the curve, but actually it's pretty well distributed. So our very longest duration ETF, our flagship TLT, has taken in about $6 billion. But at the shorter end of the curve, we've also taken in about that much in our Treasury bill ETFs as well. So it is dispersed pretty much across maturities.
So why is now the time that investors should look more into bond ETFs? I mean, some of them got the picture clearly, right? But why is now the time?
Well, it's the first time in many, many years that you've actually been able to earn income in bonds. And so, just some numbers. If you look at short-end treasuries, 2-year notes are now back above 4%. If you look at investment-grade credit, that's broadly above 5%. High yields above 8%. These are levels we haven't seen in many, many years, and investors realize that they can now get higher yields, generate income, and actually take down risk in their portfolio. So if you think even a few years back, in order to get some of these yields, you were taking on a lot more risk, whether that was credit risk or liquidity risk, or even just taking a lot of interest rate risk in going out for the maturities. You don't have to do that now. You can earn
tomorrow, after hours,
a decent return, but at a lot lower risk levels than before.
But yeah,
and I think that's got a lot of investors excited, and they are responding. And we have record flows in bond ETFs last year. We're seeing the same this year.
Am I correct to think that now's the time to retool and de-risk your portfolio because of a lot of the volatility that's happening in the market?
Yeah, I think we continue, just when things seem to calm down a little bit, we will get a bout of volatility to keep us on our toes. So in March, as an example, the Treasury Volatility Index, the MOVE,
I'm not really doing
levels that we did not
anymore.
Observe since the financial crisis in 2008, 2009. So
5%
volatility was fairly extreme during March on the back
I was doing that before. We had a pretty clear trend of bottoms forming.
The banking crisis that was unfolding with some of the regionals, and I think
rally at least a couple percent from there. And after hours or pre-market.
1 week in March, about 11 billion
these
coming
shares
in Treasury
are probably
ETFs.
going to just
Trading
keep holding and
volumes
keep
were
accumulating.
twice their
It seems
level
like this is
in
a
Treasury
reversal.
ETFs that they were the year prior, and 3 times
Not necessarily
their level,
closing these out unless if
over
we
the
break
past
this
3
low.
years average. So investors,
If we
even
break
in
this
an
low,
asset
then
class like
that's
Treasuries,
kind of
have continued to turn to bond ETFs.
That's my
'cause
range.
it's a way,
Unfortunately, it's pretty big. It's
to
15%
navigate
now.
markets and manage the risk in your portfolio.
I'd cut
And as
losses
an
at
example,
15%.
Treasuries are widely considered to be the most liquid market in the world. But yet we saw bid-ask spreads in some of the off-the-runs double over that time period.
Yeah,
but
it's
bond
much
ETFs
cheaper,
held in.
than it's been.
They continue to
for the
trade at
last
high volumes and very tight spreads. And
40
investors
years or whatever, how
responded.
long the stock's been
You're
trading.
talking about the time period of
We were
between
all-time
March
lows yesterday.
13th
Today's really
and
close to all-time
17th,
lows.
right? So just how
So,
stressed were markets during that time?
Was
if you
it
could paint
80
the
cents for
picture
a while,
for
and
us.
then 50 cents, and then
Yeah,
40
again,
and
I
30?
think that volatility index for Treasuries was a very powerful indicator of how stressed things were, and we know that it was a risk-off period driven by some of those banking headlines, and the reaction was not surprisingly a flight to quality, and I think that's why we saw those flows. If you look at the broad picture this year, investors do seem to be maintaining a defensive posture, so that's
support that
Treasuries,
thesis, but
it's broad fixed income like the ag,
I'm still
and it's
liking it
also
above
higher
25
quality
cents.
exposures such as investment grade credit. So
Holds above
investors
there.
are reallocating back to bonds, but they so far are doing so in somewhat of a measured way, taking advantage of those high Treasury yields,
picking up some at 27 cents,
those higher
maybe some more
investment
25
grade
cents,
yields,
and then
not having to go down in quality just yet. I think they're
breaks
waiting
again at
for
23 cents.
more
Cut now.
signals on where the economy and the Fed are going at this point.
In the last about a minute that we have, any other brief bond themes that you can share that you're seeing this quarter?
Yeah, I think so. Broadly, we talked about where investors are putting their money. They are allocating dollars to these higher quality exposures. But when we look across the bond ETF landscape, it is changing. I think you're going to see bond ETFs become a lot more precise, a lot more granular, but you're also going to start seeing a lot more active bond ETFs come into the marketplace. So that's a trend that's been going on for a couple of years. I think it's going to continue to accelerate. Investors are now looking at this wrapper as a great way to get exposure, whether that's in index funds or in active funds, and we think that'll continue. And the last place would be just more of these, precise, defined outcomes. Investors want to be able to have more precise tools to navigate the risk. So I think you're gonna continue to see innovation along those lines as well. But we are excited. We think we're going to hit $2 trillion by 2024. We think globally bond ETFs will more than double that to $5 trillion by the end of the decade.
All right, thank you so much, Steve Lapley from BlackRock. Now, coming up, it's time for our Options Corner. Tom White joins us to highlight some of the day's unusual options activity. He's looking at trades in Tesla, Enphase Energy,
they're still going.
and Uber. Market on close. We'll be right back.
BlackRock's loading crypto. Yeah, makes some sense with the banking stuff going on. Snoopy's over. Okay, this might be into a top here. 413.54. See what happens with some consolidation. I've got to run though, however. Not gonna have time for a recap video today. BY looks good. It's much better and more I'd say more significant indicators of this being a bottom than we've had so far. So not to say it is, but this is the strongest case we've had. So I could see after hours moves, I could see intraday moves. Without news, not necessarily big after hours moves, but I think we are finding a bottom and potential reversal here. So yeah, it depends on what happens in the next 30 minutes, but holding this 27 range. Basically today's high, it just sets up kind of a nice bull flag here, really. What's the retracement on there even? Yeah, 27 is right there. So right at the 50%. So looking good. Looking for maybe holding 30 cents tomorrow or this week sometime, and kind of making a little bigger head and shoulders here. But so far we have kind of this little inverted head and shoulders on the hourly, and good volume, good price action. RSI ticking up on the longer time frames. Yeah, expect potentially higher lows from here, and gap fill maybe this week. This gap fill up to 60 cents. Could be, I'd be pretty bullish. See what happens. See what happens, but maybe even cash secured puts are back on the menu for it. If the trend up is slow initially until news comes. But his volume's killer, 306 million. Second, oh, not quite second most, third most volume we've had on Bed Bath & Beyond. 329 million was second most, which we might pass today. I don't think we'll make all time 395. But I bought back in some. I sold some this morning, unfortunately. I bought back in some today, and I'll probably keep scaling in this week. Goes crazy after hours, I don't know. On news, you can probably liquidate some stuff and get more exposure. SI earnings after hours, actually I need to sort that out. Let's see. Cash secured puts never closed on SI. It's just a big spread on these, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm gonna close them. Didn't he ask? Yeah, close those cash secured puts. Here's what happens with that after hours. And anything else. Thanks so much, guys. Ace, thank you again for donation. All the new members, welcome, guys. Thanks, Kitty. Thanks, Green Owl. Thanks, Trader. Thanks, Jonathan, Damien, Miguel. Appreciate it. Have a good night in Norway. Spy is hitting the top there. It's coming down. Nat gas is consolidating up here. Maybe get some more contracts. Dip. Thanks, guys. We'll see you on Discord. See you on Twitter. Sub up like a comment down. Happy Money sticks around. Follow us on Twitter at HappyMoneyYT, as well as our Discord server. Link for that one is in the description and pinned in the comments. There's our Twitter. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Rally. Thanks, Candyman. Thanks, Damien. Thanks, Kitty. Thanks, Christopher. Peace out, guys. Later.